view of student success in teaching, learning, assessment, but then, of course, with language and language identity being an integral part of everything, the whole student, not just in the curriculum, but also in the co-curriculum and also in the extracurricular. And in that sense, we then try and balance, it's an and, both functional approaches to bridging the language barrier, but then also recognizing the importance of language for social identity, inclusivity, belonging, and creating welcoming spaces. Because I firmly believe if we get this right, that mind shift right, and the sense of that cultural sense changes right, we will be successful. So it's about winning hearts and minds within the university community, and it all starts with self-reflection, reflecting on your own language identity, your own language journey, and then reaching out to others. I mean, it was incredible in these groups where the students sat together, very, very, very different students, sharing their language journeys and finding commonalities and differences throughout conversation. Creating co-responsibility for multilingualism, not saying, oh, that's the language center, that's their responsibility. And then last but not least, the 3 normative principles: multilingualism as a resource, broadening access and enhancing success, and facilitating pedagogically sound learning, teaching, and assessment. And then in conclusion, of course, I have to share this. I know it's been overrepresented and overshared, possibly, but I do believe that if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to the head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart. And I think that is at the heart of what we're trying to do at Stellenbosch University, really trying to change hearts and shift mindsets around multilingualism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Van Merwe, for that insightful journey of your university's involvement in the language development and multilingualism. We come to a very close year. Now's the time when you get questioned, you know that, right? And both of you are here. So I'm going to, but before I go, maybe I should just ask this one. And I've been talking about language preservation, and maybe pose it to both of you from my side before I open the floor. You see, how can multilingualism initiate support and the preservation of and revitalization of endangered language and promoting in a way of promoting linguistic diversity? How would you go about? We need to use your mic. We need a roving mic. Okay. Oh, there. Press that button. Yeah, it's technology. I forgot. Yeah, I'll phrase it as I put it here. How can multilingualism initiatives support the preservation and revitalization of endangered languages while promoting linguistic diversity? So I'll pose it to both of you because both were in the same context. So maybe Prof can go first. Perhaps you can come in front here. I know this is, and you can be seen by the YouTubers as well out there.
Yeah, so let me try and comment. It's a long question with a number of very important. But I think having listened to the prof and looked at the approach by the Stellenbosch University and what the students from those workshops said, something came out for me and was a common thread, and that is respect. So if we first begin from the premise of respecting people's languages, then we actually, the term endangered languages would not exist if we actually start from respecting everyone's language. Now, logically then, when we respect each other's languages, we then move on to the next level of yearning, getting interested into learning each other's language, understanding the intricacies of each other's languages. And once we do that, even more respect begins, to breed. And ultimately, we start to liven up each other's languages. And there will be no such thing as endangered languages. Now, what makes languages endangered and extinct, I think, starts from neglect. And once you neglect something, you definitely started off by disrespecting it. I disrespect it, and therefore I'm not going to pay attention to it. That's typically the definition of neglect. So I think for me, it starts with respecting. And once we respect, we start to yearn to supporting and promoting these languages. And that way we liven them up, and there will be none that is endangered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's well answered. We forget our languages as we try to speak, even when we go in context of even all households now. We speak English. I'm not picking on English, bear in mind, but because it's the formidable language of we developed ourselves up. And then ultimately we then go on and we forget that our mother tongue existed. And then that's it. We don't respect our own language. Respect is very paramount. And that's what was driving towards and trying to get. Maybe perhaps you can reflect on it as well, Dr. van der Merwe.
Yeah, I think from my side as well. The respect definitely came out as that golden thread in terms of having the capacity to feel that you can speak and that other people will respect you for whatever language you bring in. The one additional aspect that I just wanted to bring in as well is the issue of resources and money, which of course I didn't speak about today. But I think the respect is one thing, which I think is crucial in terms of the mind shift. But then we also need resources and to put money behind our respect. Because I do think without the resources, we will not be able to do what we need to do. And I think that's where the golden thread yesterday, how many times? 27 times collaboration was mentioned yesterday. And I think today, if you're counting, it's probably, mentioned a few more times today. And I think that's where collaboration comes in and taking hands and, and that's where I think we can make progress.
Thank you very much. I had a question on collaboration and I won't ask that now because it's been 14 times out there. So let me open to the floor and please put your mic on when you're to talk. Okay, I'll recognize you first. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Tabu Zinde from University of Technology. Perhaps let me start with a lighter note. I take keen interest in what is happening at Northwest University and Stellenbosch because I'm an alumnus. Now, on a more serious note, at TUT, we will be implementing our language policy next year. So we rely on the experience of others who have already done, like the two universities. Now, I'm interested in, staff, in terms of their buy-in, language policy is as good as its implementation. Moving from a premise that there was some form of resistance from some staff members, how did you navigate that terrain of making sure that everybody, is persuaded that this is the direction that we need to take? And did you have like short, learning programs that you rolled out for staff so that eventually everybody, was on the same page? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That's a reflection and also maybe a response from Prof.
Thank you, Thabo. Good to see you. There's a very important phrase that I always hear in governance documents: tone from the top. At the Northwest University, the policy to go functional multilingual was a decision that was taken by council after exhaustive consultations. And once we were convinced that all stakeholders were consulted meaningfully, not just touch base, meaningful consultations that really result in very, very testy Q&A sessions. And once that was done, we knew that no one was left behind. And we said, now council can approve. Council approved. Post-approval, we went back to the same people that we consulted to say, now, since we have an approved policy, we need to agree on how we're going to implement it. That is now developing plans. And that again went through the structures to ensure that everybody has got skin in the game. And that was also done successfully. Now, next step is implementation itself. Now, there are things that contribute to successful implementation other than just buy-in. There are things that enables it, such as technology, resources. And we had to make sure that that is provided for. And then there's one thing that you cannot buy money with: the hearts and minds. That you have to constantly nudge to get it, to get everybody behind you. Resistance, yes, we still have resistance. In the sense that, again, the principles that were presented here, when you touch, and I like the feedbacks from your workshops, because you know it's talking to the inner self. When you talk to me in my language, it goes to my heart. That's what our former president said. And it applies to everyone. But the corollary to that, the opposite, is that when I have to talk to you in a language I don't prefer, I can't be very friendly always. Now, that goes for teachers in the classroom. If they have to teach you in English when they prefer to teach you in Afrikaans, they are not happy campers. Therefore, that constant reminder through workshops, through training, short learning programs from our language directorate and School of Languages. I'll tell you, recently, when we workshopped the new Northwest University strategy, one of the things that came out from the students was that, and contrary to what you hear in the streets, that students, they don't want to be taught in Afrikaans. The students said, Visi, we hear you, you are firm in saying you want to keep the functional multilingualism, and it's not about to change. We support that, but please make it functional. They say, we don't have a problem with you having these simultaneous translations and so on, but make it functional. And I said, what do you mean? They say, no, it's disturbing to go to a classroom and the headphones are not working properly, or even the translator sometimes does not seem to be so clued up on what they're translating. It's discouraging. Now, those small things are part of the entire package to win the hearts and minds. And we took it seriously and we said, we are going to form a trust team that is going to look into functional multilingualism. And the colleagues at the back there are part of that trust team. That trust team now, just 2 days ago, presented to the UMC, to the University Executive Management, on what they think should be done for us to really get what the functional part of this multilingualism to be top-notch. So that's our experience.
Thank you very much.
I'll just briefly add. I think, as the Prof has said, we've done everything similarly at Stellenbosch, but I think for us, it's still a journey in terms of moving beyond compliance with the language policy to really embedding the mind shift that we want all our students and staff to have. And the reason I'm saying it's a journey is because our language reporting that happens twice a year, we've got a template that all faculties have to complete. And that template then gets sent to all the departments. And we've moved beyond compliance to say, do you follow the stipulations of the language policy, to actually asking them, what are practices and examples of good practice in terms of multilingualism? How do you enhance it? And then sharing that with other faculties. So I think for us, it's been a journey and still is to move just beyond compliance and saying, yes, we're complying, everything's happening, as it should be, to getting that mind shift of really embedding it into our university. And there we have the workshops in the student communities that's been quite widespread, and also now workshops in the academic environments. And Kim has shared with me they've had one in the professional academic support services with our campus health services as well. So we're really looking at how we now have these workshops within the different environments to get a different type of mindset around multilingualism.
Right. Thank you for that. I've got a few hands that's here. I'm going to recognize 1, 2, 3, 4 there, and I think somewhere else 5, right, in that order. You start.
Sino, please don't be angry with us this time. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Prof. And Dr. Antoinette. Prof, we are so proud of the progress that Northwest has made towards the implementation of the language policy. 2 weeks ago, we were in one of your campuses, which is Poch, and we were well received and treated very well by the language directorate sitting there at the back. So let's give them a big round of applause. They are doing an excellent work, Prof. So in line with everything that you have mentioned. I think a month or 2 months back, we were at Stellenbosch again. They hosted us when we had the multilingualism workshop or colloquium, where the 2 communities of practice, which is mathematics and African languages, came together. So thank you very much for your presentations. My question is with regards to funding. I know in your presentation you did not touch a lot on it. How are you funding these beautiful initiatives in your universities? Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll go first. Quite a big chunk of funding at Stellenbosch University. Now the reason I know is because we had to send our language implementation plans with our total funding. So our funding is top sliced. So basically, top slice funding goes to language implementation. We fund our interpreting services. We fund the language centers, not fully funded, but partially funded by the institution. We fund translation in faculties, professional academic support services. So it is, and then also parallel medium teaching. So those are the 4 main areas that we're funding. And it is significant in terms of the funding that the university is giving to this initiative. So I must say we are very fortunate that the institution recognizes the importance of multilingualism and is also prepared to fund our language policy.
Well, similarly, for us, funding these initiatives is not like an afterthought. It is the DNA. It lies right into the DNA of a functioning university, because we believe that without multilingualism, we begin to collapse, we begin to fizzle away, we begin to have deep running divisions amongst ourselves. Therefore, it forms part of the DNA that glues us together. So it is not like extra budgetary, it is firmly part of our teaching and learning portfolio. Now, I'll tell you, as part of these roadshows that we had last year on strategy, one of the questions asked by white academics, by the way, I must say this, which surprised me a bit. They said, but VC, when will this stop? I said, what? They said, this multilingualism, when are we going to converge at some point? I said, why? They said, because it's expensive. They said, it's because it is very, very expensive. Can you imagine how much we can save if we were to stop this parallel medium? And I said, hey, you are confusing me now. Because I didn't expect that to come from you. And that's why I said, no, they must go to the task team and air their views there, because we believe that this was well-intentioned. It was not a stopgap measure to get people to get along. But it is enriching to both sides of the aisle. Therefore, at least currently, in my tenure and the current council, there are no plans to end it at some point. In fact, we need to invest on it more.
Okay, thank you to both your presentations, and it's quite heartwarming to hear and to see what both universities have been doing, how you have moved the needle in terms of implementation, starting with the VC's point that Afrikaans providing a repository of a model of how you can benefit from multilingual education. And we always say, you know, South Africa is the capital of that. We don't need to look outside of the borders of South Africa to know what needs to be happening, because we are the research, we are the source, and the outside world need to be looking at us because we have done it and we don't need to look any far. So I agreed with you absolutely. And it's very encouraging too to see that you're leveraging on the digital affordances, the interactive technology, what we will refer to as e-translanguaging. I thought I loved just that part when you were talking about how the online system can be leveraged if we believe in the project of multilingualism. I have a question for you on attitudinal planning, which is the same question I have for Dr. Antoinette. I can see that Stellenbosch has really advanced in terms of attitudinal, what you call the mindset. And precisely this is sitting at the core of implementation, because without that, it's not going to happen without direct intentionality. Now, yesterday, this is a question to both of you. I said that it is abnormal that you can be in Africa, graduate at an African university without having learned an African language. And this is the abnormality that we have normalized over time. In terms of attitudinal planning, so there are two things. One is the prestige. It's about seeing that the same thing that I don't like, other people like. My own language is being learned by other people. We might call teaching African languages to speakers of other, teaching African languages to speakers of other languages, including the Africans themselves. But on the other hand, you do rehabilitation because you understand that you don't love or like your own language. It's actually a serious, deeper psychological status that had been actioned for so many years. So it's both rehabilitation and prestige. So I think in terms of moving what we call the bull's eye in all of this is precisely that what are you doing to ensure that this very core on prestige or attitudinal planning is happening where African languages can be learned? Because as much as all of this is happening, I know you're running excellent workshops, but at the end of it, the prestige that, you learn an African language at the university, you're being prepared to use it functionally out there. It goes a long way and deeper into the heart, the prestige, and that other people, the same language that I don't think I see you learning my language at the university, that changes and is quite fundamental. So what is your opinion on this?
Well, maybe I can say that, learning African languages is already part of what is offered at Stellenbosch University, both integrated in some of the curricula, such as in the education faculty, faculty of medicine, health sciences, and in what other faculties? I think, those are the two main faculties in terms of professional competency, and then also short courses in African languages. I really, when you were speaking yesterday about rehabilitation and prestige, I thought it actually linked on very well with what I was, and I was still going to refer back to that this morning as well. Because, in these language identities and language journeys, people were sitting around a table from very different environments, and they would say, I feel guilty because I speak my language, whether it's Afrikaans or isiXhosa or isiZulu, for different reasons, right? Different political, but the issue of guilt, of not feeling that your language is either valued, or maybe because of the political baggage of your language, you feel guilty, you don't want to speak your language. And that's why I think in terms of rehabilitation and prestige, we've got a long way to go, but I think it starts with that awareness of lack of prestige and that awareness of every individual within the institution. I think that we can then work with, because interesting, coming out of those workshops, many of the students and staff now have a commitment to learn another language, an indigenous language, whether it be isiXhosa, isiZulu, whatever they feel they should master. But really it starts with that awareness, I think, and many people are not aware that they feel that way about their language. And I think that is where we're trying to make strides. We're not there yet, but it's about the awareness raising and then having those programs and short courses in place at our institution to say, when people say, wow, I want to do this, is to say we've got brilliant short courses in place. We're actually going out on edX now with a professional certificate on multilingualism. And we're not just doing it within South Africa and within Stellenbosch University, but actually going worldwide with a professional certificate in multilingualism. So absolutely. So I think it's starting with the awareness, but then also making sure that we have the resources in place to actually enable people to learn.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Prof.
Yeah. I think a lot has been said, and I don't want to repeat that. But I think one of the things that we underestimate, and it is the root of the two issues that you are bringing up, is how deep the effects of colonization are running. And it is so difficult to undo it. And students would toy and say they want a decolonized education tomorrow. And then we leave it at that. There's not much invested towards it. Now, the fact that a person says, I feel guilty because I'm speaking my own language, or the opposite, I feel guilty because, or I feel ashamed because my English is not that good. People make such disclaimers in meetings. That alone is one of the very, very unfortunate effects and aftermaths of colonization. Hence, therefore, the bigger project on decolonizing of our curriculum. And I'm worried it will not happen during my lifetime. It will not. because it's going to take a lot of effort and resources to do it. We start now, and starting now means making sure, as I said in my presentation, putting more resources to develop our African languages. Now, when a BSc student tells me they want a decolonized education, I say to them, define it. They say to me, no, I want to be taught in a language that I can understand. I want to write an exam, and then I want textbooks that are written in my language. I say, all right. What is a neutron in your language? A neutron, right? A neutron. I said, no. What is a neutron in your language? We don't have that. So it's still a long way for us to develop those small things. And if we are serious about it, Mr. Mabizela, even though you're no longer with DHET, we need to put, more money deliberate, just like DHET is putting money to fund infrastructure in universities. There needs to be deliberate allocation of resources towards, building up these languages and making sure that at some point, maybe when we are all retired, there will be people that can finish their BSc in physics, doing it in Sikosa at WSU, But for now, I think it's a very elusive goal.
No, it's fine, Prof. We can talk after this, but I meant learning a language, not learning through a language, but we can talk afterwards.
All right, colleagues, I know I've recognized some hands, but you see, time doesn't permit us to go further. Perhaps we can engage during tea, and I will be outside there. They can engage with you. We have, I know, due to the load shedding and ESCOM, Prof, probably part and parcel of it. So, but it could have, it actually delayed us in some processes. So, but we need to stop because we got another session coming up. The wheels have turned. It's already in motion. And that motion has showed us where our problems lies in terms of implementation of these policies, language policies, and also implementing it at the two formidable universities here that set out here. Now we need to reflect on it. Reflection has been done, as Prof indicated. We need now to find avenues of circumventing those problems. And as financial constraints can be a problem in South Africa, especially, we need to find avenues how we can actually fund this initiative to proceed and obviously become, one. We must not forget our language, our mother language, our language that we speak in is very important to us, and we must maintain that heritage. And my word is linguistic preservation. That's it. On that note, thank you very much to this panel and for your engagements. And I'm sure we learned a lot from it. And there's lots more questions will come to you during the tea. But Prof, we need to give a token of appreciation that you come, you spend the time with us. So I've got Mr. Mabizela to hand over a token of appreciation to you.
Thanks. Just a photo session for me, Prof. The privilege of they requested that we do this. Oh, okay. And there's the cameraman. Thank you so much.
We need to take to you.
Oh, okay. Smartphones, stretching the photo. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it's time for tea now. I'm not too sure.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. And then we will reconvene in the next session. And this is Professor Kupasamy saying, I sign off.
Yes.
It actually does that quite nicely, yes. You don't know ahead of time.
Thank you very much.
The video is on the internet.
Congrats. I think it's like, I mean, you feel very I don't like it. Like everything. Yeah, we
Do you have a USB? Do you have a USB? Prof akanayo i-USB stick. And then I need to take a presentation. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again.
Yes, for the background thing. No, it's not this one. It's not this one. The other, this one was already presented yesterday.
Do you have a USB? A floating USB?
Yes, yes.
So is this one?
So let's move from there to into.
Okay.
Okay, can we just?
Yeah, let's see. Yes. So at this point, I'll be able to, let's see.
Let's go to the link and just to the internet.
Yes. Oof. That's what happened.
Okay, just give some. Still opening the.
Okay, so but it's still sharing a slide. So it means what do I need to do to go to the page?
Do it twice, but then we will check. Okay, let me see if because we still have to share it on Zoom.
Good morning, Prof. How are you? Yeah, same here.
Okay.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, love that. Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Because this one has got Zoom and you're sharing your stuff on Zoom.
That's sharing?
You're sharing your stuff on Zoom, then there's Zoom and there's yes. Yeah, so I can borrow you one if you don't have.
Yeah, because that should be important to be able to share. No. Easy. Is
I'll give you a USB. Can you give me a minute? I just wanna find out how we're gonna switch from representation to the site. Just give me a minute.
okay. Yeah, but you can do that. Let me just start something.
It's fine, it's fine. Okay. If I remember that thing, please send it along to.
Yeah.
Hey, Agnes, man.
The next.
Presentation.
Yay. It's frozen. Morena.
Technology can humble you, ne?
Yeah.
Seagate. Seagate.
Yeah, there.
Are you there? It should be the first one. Where is it? Refresh, Ababa. Okay. Yeah. Don't stress, just 5 slides. Oh, 11.
When is the next presentation?
Now.
You're next.
Yeah. Okay. Can I take? This is my life, Baba.
Morning. Apologies for starting a little late. People didn't want to come back from the tea session. The student who was supposed to be doing a presentation is not here today. So guess we'll use that time to cover up the time that we've lost. So my name is Mantua Mutinyane, and I'm a professor in the linguistics department and the director of the Center for Advanced Studies of African Society at the University of the Western Cape. So the session that we are, that I'm chairing today speaks to much of what we heard of yesterday and even this morning. So the key words are collaboration, breaking down silos, and access to knowledge. So the project directors are sitting here in front. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background about what Bakonde is. As an acronym, it stands for Boosting the Use of African Languages in Education, a qualified, organized, nationwide development strategy for South Africa. But Bakonde is also a Nguni word. Depending on where you put the tone, it can have different meanings. So you can say Bakonde, which is let them understand, or may they understand, or Bakonde, meaning you need to understand them. So it can go in different ways. And it's a term that works for the Nguni languages as well. So it's a collaborative capacity building project which set out to promote the use of indigenous African languages in higher education in South Africa. So one of the key aims was to provide access to the use of African languages, in that way enabling all university students to reach their full potential. This was a 3-year co-financed project that was co-financed by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. So this Bakonde is a collaboration between 4 South African institutions and 3 institutions based in Europe. So we have University of Salamanca in Spain. We have Trinity College, Dublin. We have University of Groningen, Netherlands. Then we have the province of Northwest University, Potchefstroom. We have Rhodes University. We have University of KwaZulu-Natal, where we are right now. And then the University of the Western Cape, where we come from. So the project leaders that are in Europe will not be doing the presentation. We have with us the South African leaders. I'm not going to read their bios. So they are in the program that has been emailed to you, so you can read about them there. Just by way of introduction, we have Professor Basi Antia from University of the Western Cape. We have Dr. Kiasi Shoka from University of Northwest. And then we have Professor Nobuhle Hlongwa from University of KwaZulu-Natal. And then we have online on Zoom, we have Professor Dion Gomo from Rhodes University. So before I give them the stage, I'm sure you are wondering how a project of this size will be sustained. Just trying to find my notes here. Okay, my notes are not coming, but I can still talk. So somehow we needed a way to ensure that the program is sustainable beyond the 3-year period. So we have what we call the African language development units, which are based in the 4 South African institutions. And part of that, we have an interinstitutional board of ALDUs, which is the African Language Development units. And the board sits once a month, and it coordinates the development of the materials from the 4 institutions, but it also reaches out to other institutions to ask for donations and collaborations. So without wasting too much time, I'm going to call Prof. Antia to tell you a little bit more about the project.
Thank you. Yeah. Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to the session on a very fascinating project, I would say, and a project that represents, in a sense, the sort of things we're trying to do at the national level. There are a number of, maybe I shouldn't use the term best practices. I'd rather say there are a number of exemplary practices we can take from this relatively well-managed project. So, what I'll be doing is basically presenting a snapshot of some of the project's achievements in my capacity as the co-lead with respect to the work package on dissemination. My co-lead is based at the Trinity College in Dublin. So we're giving you some insight into some of the things we've achieved. And then subsequently, I'm sure my colleagues will be telling you how we got to this stage. In other words, what structures did we have to put in place? What training programs did we have to put in place? And so on and so forth. So in a sense, I'm starting from the very end. Okay, just an item of announcement. If you want to find out a lot more about the Back on the project, we'll be having in 2 days' time a showcase, an international showcase, where you can find out a bit more about the material. So please bring out your phones. The QR code is there for the Zoom link. We'd like to have as many of you as possible. Then a second item of announcement is that we do have schools outreach pack, which would, somebody was talking about yesterday, the seeming disarticulation between basic education and higher education. So Bakonde has addressed that by having initiatives of basic education. We have a basic information pack. So currently they're available in the languages listed there. And if you have schools in mind, teachers or principals you'd love us to email this to, would gladly do that. Please just drop us an email and we'll forward the information. Okay, so what were some of the deliverables for this project, especially from the standpoint of dissemination? The first was our social media presence. All right, ensuring that word goes out on what this project seeks to achieve, and of course, what the achievements are. So then a number of other awareness-raising actions, organization of dissemination events, and establishing of an ALDU network, which the program chair just talked about a while ago. I'll quickly skim through each of these to give you some sense of what the project has been able to achieve. Who do we see first as our audience? Who are we trying to reach with this project and with the dissemination initiatives? We're trying, of course, to reach our students. We are trying to reach academics. We are trying to reach other stakeholders in the higher education sector, all right? So in designing our projects, our deliverables, we are mindful of our audience. So let's start with the first deliverable, our website and social media penetration. So a few facts and figures. As you know, with EU projects, the set premium on counting everything. Everything counts. So the number of times you brief about the project, you record it. So so just between June and November, we've had this number of unique visits to our website. And there's a part of the website we call the Colloquium, which is the repository where we place materials that have been developed. And we see some of the top countries of our visitors. You may then ask, so just in a couple of months, we've had about close to 2,000 visitors to the site. What exactly are they looking out for when they visit the site? Let's give you some insight into what the website contains. Okay. So this is the homepage. All right. Which communicates the key goal of the project. But the major site which people like to visit is the repository of resources that have been created by members of the consortium and their collaborators. So we would really encourage everyone to visit this site. So it has resources for teaching and learning in a variety of areas. And this is how you go about exploring the catalog. We'll share the link. So what you see here are resources developed in a variety of fields. I'll just scroll down for a second. So you can search in terms of fields, but the homepage here, just to give you a sense of the diversity, you have something on medicine in isiZulu, you have something on linguistic in Tsonga, syllable structure, how to decolonize texts. Decolonization was something that came up repeatedly yesterday. Mechanical engineering, linguistics, medicine, sociology, politics and international relations, medicine, internet, physics. I'm trying to see if there's something in chemistry that might appeal to our Vice-Chancellor here. Not yet, education sciences. So you have a variety of resources available in African languages that have been created by partners in this project. But it's also possible for you to do a more sort of targeted search. So you might say, I'm interested in, let's say, resources in science, for instance, and all being equal, you should have a hit list. It's not appearing. Talk about trying to demo, to do a live demo. But ideally, something is going wrong here. Something should appear. Let me take maybe some other example. Let's say health sciences. All right. So you see the resources that are available in health sciences. Okay. I'd like to go back to Thank you. Okay, so just very briefly, in terms of social media penetration, for those of you who do Facebook, please like our page. It helps us with the numbers. So in the 6 months or so reporting period, we've had about close to 9,000 people being exposed to our site, and then almost 2,000 actually engaging. I mean, to be exposed to it is one thing, to actually engage is a different matter. And then we have about 307 very loyal followers. And again, everything counts here. So we have to do statistics regarding who is looking at what we're doing and where they are from. Sometimes we drill down to the level of cities, not just countries. Well, social media as well. Sorry, Twitter, now X. We have quite a number of users on that platform. In terms of awareness raising actions, since the project began, we've had about close to 1,000 actions. But in terms of just the reporting period from June to November this year, we've had about 156. And some of these events are international, others are local. And they range from writing a piece in the local newspaper, granting interviews to radio stations, and so on. In terms of events that we have organized, so in trying to foster collaboration between basic education and higher education, we've actually taken quite a number of our initiatives to basic education. So we've had a schools outreach program. So each of the partner universities has translated the pack from English into the respective languages for which they have responsibility, and have taken this out to schools. So there you see a student, a learner demonstrating their pack. It's a language portrait exercise. The student is engaging, trying to color in the language to show just how multilingual they are. Other events, just a quick sample of events across the universities. And of course, it's nice when a member of parliament picks up on the project and talks about it. It makes you feel you're making good progress. So we have a way of finding out what people say, hopefully good things about the project. So whenever we see such things, we pick them up. We crawl the internet looking for all the good things and nice things people have to say about the project. So this is one example where a member of parliament talks about the project in very, very positive terms. Yes, so essentially that's it. I'm sure my colleagues will now give you some insight into the structures and the training programs and the equipment that led us to where we are right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Professor Hlongwa, who does not need introduction. So welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much, Prof. Motinyane, and thank you so much, Prof. Pasi Antia, for presenting the tail end of the project. We started with the tail, so we're coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing our Vice-Chancellors, recognizing Prof. Where's my VC? Now I've now lost my VC. I don't see him. Okay, but like recognizing the Vice-Chancellors in the house. Yes. Okay. Some are sitting up there. So Professor Crouch, and our esteemed Vice-Chancellor from the Northwest University, Professor Bismarck, and also recognizing all of you esteemed colleagues. My one in terms of the presentation today, the work of Bakonde, is Prof. Mutinane alluded to at the beginning. It's actually involves these universities. So she has mentioned all of them. So those are just logos, so that like you actually see which are those universities which she has actually stated that are part of and parcel of the consortium or of the partnership of Bakonde. The presentation that I'm actually doing now is linked to work package 2, which was actually focusing on the development of multilingual teaching skills for lecturers in our different universities. So that's the work package. So I will be reporting on the progress that has been made by all these 7 universities in terms of the development of these skills. And the main aims of this work package was to, for example, I just wanted to make sure, okay, all the universities are there. I've just mentioned all of them. The 3 main objectives of this project, of this work package, was to design training programs by all the different 7 universities, and also, secondly, to organize and deliver the trainer sessions in our different universities, and thirdly, the actual implementation of the short-term mobilities in Europe and also in South Africa. So those are the short mobilities or training programs that we organized. In June last year, we began with Groningen University, and that was followed by Trinity College in August, and followed by the University of Salamanca in Spain. And then we came to South Africa, and then we visited Western Cape, then came down to KZN. And this year, we did the 2 remaining mobilities, which was the Northwest University and Rhodes University. Okay. So I'm not going to go into all the nitty-gritty details in terms of what transpired before all these mobilities and so forth. I'm just going to go straight to the first mobility, which was in Groningen. Colleagues, this was the first mobility, and which was a huge culture shock. Prof, you spoke about the issue of cultures and so forth. So when South Africa visited Netherlands, there was that cultural shock, that lack of understanding of one's cultures, and which actually did cause a lot of unhappiness from our folks when they visited Netherlands. But during the course of the 2 weeks when they were there, everything was actually smooth, but like there was that cultural shock. So that was the first training, and I'm glad some of the colleagues who visited Groningen are actually here, including Prof. Martin, and I saw Dr. Pindi Lamini as well, who is our director of UKZN Press, who was also part and parcel of that team that visited Groningen, and it was important that like we do have these directors of these entities joining and working on the work of Bakonde, because like they do critical work. The entities that they lead, they also have publications. Dr. Lamini is leading our UKZN press here in the university, and she is championing the intellectualization of isiZulu through publishing. So, which is an important entity. So these were some of the topics that were covered in the Groningen exchange program. I'm not going to mention all of them, and also the people who were responsible for offering the training there. And what happened was that prior to colleagues leaving from South Africa to Netherlands, so there were some groundwork that we had to do in order to prepare the staff members. And one of the other challenge that Groningen had, like they were supposed to expect, like actually they're expecting 12 people to join, but because remember we were coming from COVID and there were issues with getting visas and so forth, so out of the 12 they were expecting they end up getting 9 people from South Africa. So those were some of the challenges that we actually had even prior to living to Netherlands. Just briefly in terms of the experience there in the Netherlands, you know, when you run a program, you normally request that people evaluate and assess and give a say in terms of what was the experience. So not all the parties did the evaluation, but like with those that engage with the evaluation, it wasn't a positive one, and we were positive about stating that like it wasn't a positive experience, as I've alluded to, but like it was the first of the 7, so it wasn't really a good experience, but out of it we did learn, we did come up with some positives. And I just want to mention that we don't want to put it under the carpet that like everything was smooth. So there were hurdles there and there during the visit that side. And then I'll move to the next visit, which was the exchange program at Trinity College in Dublin. And with this one, we were proud that like even one of our deputy vice-chancellors actually joined us to go to Trinity College in Dublin. And I'm happy that like I saw some of the people who were with me in Trinity College. Anele, where are you, Anele? So, but like some of the colleagues, oh, there he is up there. So when we were in Trinity College, he was really, really sick. So I felt so bad for him, but like it was a very good experience. So unlike Netherlands colleagues, so we had a very good experience. Oh, Prof Antia was also in Trinity College. So we had a very good experience with Trinity College, and that good experience, colleagues, has also have some positive spin-offs in that, like after this visit, we had to go back and do or participate in another multilingual showcase where some of us went back there to do some presentations. So we have already started that relationship, and it's continuing with Trinity College. And these were some of the topics that were covered there. As part and parcel of that training, including the design and creation of multilingual language resources, language policy and practice, language maintenance and change, and also some digital language tools. So we learn a lot about some of the programs that they have developed there. And they also work a lot with schools as well. So we have learned a lot, and which is some of the information that we're also sharing with the schools as part and parcel of the school visit and the dissemination. Okay, so this was the assessment of the Trinity College, which went very well, as you can see there. I think everything went well. So out of a scale of 5, normally 4 out of 5, and so forth. I think the lowest scale was 4.3, but like the experience there was a good one. Then Spain. So the next group then visited Spain, and I'm happy that like most of the colleagues, especially from KZN and also from our other partners are also here, and they are our own community that we have now created as part and parcel of the work of Bakwende. So they went to Spain, and I think Mr. Kumbulani Mgati from UKZN represented there, and Dr. Sashoka, I think also was there in the team in Spain, and also in Groningen. Kia, I think you were also there in Groningen. Were you there? Yes. So Kia was also part and parcel of the group that visited Groningen. So these are some of the Are we winning, team? They're still communicating amongst themselves. I think they're communicating amongst themselves. He's coming. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're back now, and we can then continue. I'm not going to take a lot of time now because like my time has been eaten away by ESCOM. Okay, so I was still in Spain at the University of Salamanca there, and indicating that like we had a team that had that experience that went to Spain. And again, just like Groningen and Trinity College as well. So these were some of the, just want if I'm doing the right thing. In terms of the topics that were covered, it's more or less similar topics which were actually covered there in Salamanca, but like that was another a good experience there. But since I was not there, the people who were there, maybe they will say something about that experience. But like, I guess it was different from the experience in Groningen. Then we come to South Africa, and we were hosted by UCC. So this one was a week-long exchange where identified staff members or colleagues were part and parcel of the training there. And those are some of the topics that were actually covered in UCC. I'm not going to go into details again, colleagues, in terms of the preparation that went into that mobility. And also, Prof, I will also not go into details, also even in terms of the assessment
but like the experience was actually a good one in terms of the people who attended the training there in UCC. After UCC, then we came down here to UKZN for a week long as well in October last year. And so some of the topics that were covered there in line with the intellectualization aspirations of UKZN. So as you can see there, and I'm not going to go again into details in terms of the whole program, but those were the participants that were part and parcel of the assessment. So I'm not going to go into details as well, but like it was a good experience for those people who were here in UKZN. You can see the success ratio there. And then this year, the team went to Northwest University where they had another very good experience. So those were some of the topics that were covered by Team Northwest. As you can see there, information per day, what were covered, and the assessment, which was also a successful one. Then the last exchange program was Rhodes University. Rhodes University was a total different experience altogether. I think for all the other 6, like if you look at how they had actually organized theirs, because with Rhodes, we saw a lot of involvement of students as well. So part and parcel of the work for the Erasmus, it did not allow us to engage a lot with students because like you can't account for a student participating and so forth. But like with Rhodes University, they did try and they engaged quite a lot of students in their program, and also the staff members who are working from the different programs. It was nice to see them coming to share with us what they do in the different spaces, not only in the African languages departments, but like also in the other spaces, in the same way as we saw with UCC as well. So that was the experience for Rhodes, which was a very good one, colleagues. I think that will be it. So I'm not going to go through the other ones. I think my last slide for this work package, colleagues, is that what has happened is that as part and parcel of this work package, we were preparing lecturers who are not in the African languages department per se, but who are in other disciplines, your physics, your health science, your mathematics, to know how to teach in a multilingual environment. So that was the training about. And we call it a train the trainer. Now that they have got this experience and they've got this experience locally and also internationally, they are now able to go back to their faculties, to their schools, to their colleges, and then train other staff members. So our appeal from all our different universities to the deputy vice-chancellors and the vice-chancellors is that we support these colleagues. My coordinators from the other universities will be writing reports to you as we are winding up the project. We will be writing reports and indicating who are these staff members that have been fortunate and being part and parcel of Bakonde, and we want you to support them. And they already have projects that they have identified. Already some are ongoing, but like we will want you to support them, as we have seen, and we've been asking how you are funding your initiatives in your universities. They will need that support so that they begin to introduce multilingualism in their classroom. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Prof. Shongwa. We are now moving over to Northwest University. Dr. Sishoka, please come and present your work package.
All right. Need some help. Good afternoon, colleagues. We started from the end of the project, eh? So my colleagues were taking you on the journey. Now I'm going to take you on a journey on how everything started. By Bakonde and showcasing this, we're trying to prove to anybody and everybody in here that collaboration can work. We're trying to prove that universities can work together and create sustainable projects. So I'm going to be telling us about where everything started. So the project started, Prof. Loli, Prof. Langa and Pedro, they met and they discussed about this project. And some of us had to take over the project. However, the project had to be divided into different work packages, meaning that work packages was a structure on how we're going to do every phase of the project. So every university had what we call a lead coordinator. At UKZN, it was Prof. Hlongwa, at UWC, Prof. Basi, at Rhodes, it's Prof. Dion, and at the Northwest University, it was myself. However, the lead coordinators decided that amongst ourselves, we also need a South African leader who's going to make sure that we are accountable. So the Northwest University became the South African lead, meaning I had to give instructions to some of the leads that we are behind. We need vet. We need equipment. We need this. So the first part of the project was to start with a needs analysis, where we decided that as for South African universities and in collaboration with the European institutions, our mandate was to create, develop, and sustain an effective strategy for the implementation. So we had to create our plans on how we're going to take each and every phase of the project. We had also to do a needs analysis on what will be needed. Thank you for the protection. And we had to decide on what other development programs we needed to have. So we started that 4 institutions needed what we call an ALDU, as Prof. Mantwa had described, an African Language Development Center. But we realized that in some university, they already have language services that is functioning. So at the Northwest University, we decided that Language Directorate will host the ALDU, and at UKZN, they decided that the ULPDO will host the ALDU. And at UWC, they decided that the ALDU will sit under CASAS. And at Rhodes University, they decided that the ALDU will sit under the School of Languages. So we had to map out that structure first. Secondly, we had to know now, what does this ALDU need? So the ALDUs needed different sets of equipment to be able to function. And they had also different needs within themselves on how to put the project together. Now, we had to identify also the spaces when we buy this equipment. Where are we going to place this equipment? And as the Northwest said, Language Directorate will be the ALDU. We had now to make our interpretation unit, services unit, the hub of the ALDU. And also, the fourth step, each institution had now to make a list of the equipment they wanted to purchase to make sure that this project kicks in. Now, the equipment had to be purchased within 1 year of the start of the project. Now, with an EU kind of funding, the vet issues came into play. It took us about 3 years just to solve the vet problem. We just sorted it out last week. And it was such a up and down where we had to, Prof. Long, I remember we had to give in the bank accounts of our universities where we purchased those equipment with. It was such a hassle just to get authorization to get into the account of the university, just to prove to the EU that we bought the equipment. So it's one of the hassles we had to go through. But the beautiful thing about it all, it was a collaborative effort. That's the beautiful thing about it all. Also, we had to look into mutual capacitation of each institution. Looking at the Northwest University, we know we are strong in interpretation. And we know that it's been years we've been doing simultaneous interpretation. So we could not just go and reinvent the wheel and want to start subtitling. So we leaned on the University of Western Cape to purchase that equipment for subtitling where we can lean into and enhance that skill from. So also, our equipment also included software. Interesting. So we had to also buy our AI software at interpreting services and some of the iPods that we use in classes through this project. And the students love the iPods. It's a hit in classes actually and in meetings. We also had to buy bibliographical references, dictionaries, just to equip our Aldus so that our Aldus can be able to function. And also we had to buy some soundproofing just to set up our Aldus. Now, the highlights of the work package 1, this is where everything began, is that every institution managed to establish a working Aldu with equipment, working equipment with staff members. And also, we had also to this project could not continue, but had to hand over to work package 2, work package 3, and 5, so that these resources can also be harnessed for the upcoming work packages. Now, as we've spoken about the Aldus have been established, and it is exciting to know that the Aldus are cooperating closely with the different centers within their universities, which is a beautiful thing that shows the power of collaboration. So at the Northwest University, we can see the Language Directorate is also cooperating with the Center for African Languages Teaching for Setswana, which is a beautiful thing that we received from the Bakonde project. And also at University of KwaZulu-Natal, we can see that the ULPDO is also integrating some of the things from Bakonde into the teaching and learning portfolio. And at Rhodes University, we see the School of Languages and Literatures working closely with African Language Studies section, and also the NRF SACHI in terms of the intellectualization of African languages, which is a beautiful fruit that came out from the Bakonde inception. Now at the University of Western Cape, we also see CASES running with the ALDU and making sure that there are institutional efforts aimed at promoting the education and use of African languages. Now I want to talk to us about the success. My colleague have taken you through what each packages worked and what we managed to achieve. Now, I'm proud to say that the Bakonde project has shown that institutions can work together and create sustainable language resources. The beautiful thing is that we are also in talks with SADILA through Prof. Tlongwa in work package 3 on the sustainability of Polokelo. How is Polokelo going to be sustained from now on? Meaning that SADILA now has to take over the Polokelo repository, working together with us, and that is a fruit that's coming from collaborative efforts. Now also, Bakonde has made sure that we break the silo mentality. This is the beautiful thing that has happened through Bakonde, is that Northwest University, we are strong in Setswana and Sesotho. So there was no need for us to go and look for isiZulu, to start isiZulu glossaries, because now that we have now gradually bringing isiZulu into our policy, we're now working together with UKZN to get the isiZulu resources. They are getting isiSotho into their language policy. It's going to be like an exchange. We're going to give them the isiSotho glossaries and other related things. And the Rhodes University and University of Western Cape are working also beautifully together in terms of isiXhosa materials. And also it's going to help us when we putting into the Polokelo. We have seen that now through the board of Aldus, that we have developed a structure on how we're going to feed into the Polokelo, meaning we are working from one concept document, feeding it into the languages of our institutions. So Bakonde has managed to break the silo mentality. We have also worked together to establish the institutional network of Aldus, which together we come up with strategies. You know, we ask UKZN, how did you do your language audit? How did you revise your policy? How did you get it right with the students? I don't really have to be reinventing the wheel going to start new projects. My colleagues are already here and we work together and collaborate. Now, in conclusion, we are aware of the many challenges regarding the re-intellectualization of African languages. But with Baqonde project, we have proved that we need to press on and we need to commit to widening access so as to better student support, academic success, inclusion, and our decolonization initiatives. I want to say, let's not lose hope. Change is evident no matter how small it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sishoka. I always love your energy. You know, I think you should wipe some of that to me. Our last speaker. I don't know. I mean, she's young, so she can give me some of her energy. Okay, our last speaker is online. Do we have confirmation that he's available, Tim? Is he there?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Oh, yes, you are the colleagues. We are now handing over to Prof. Nkomo, who's speaking to us from Rhodes University. The floor is yours, Prof.
I'm trying to sort myself. Hello, Prof. Hi.
Prof, are you winning?
I still have hope of winning. Just a second.
Okay.
All right, sure. Thanks.
Just need to start the presentation.
Okay. Prof. Prof.
Hello. Hello.
Sorry.
I'm trying to show my slide. I don't know if you can see anything.
We can see it. I think you just need to press the from the beginning.
It looks like my beginning has already been messed up. Let's proceed. I'm not
I
going
mean
to
the
show my
slide,
video because
okay.
it's not a neat one. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Okay, fine. We can still see it.
Afternoon, Prof.
Yes, may I please recognize the Vice-Chancellors who are in the House, officials from the Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as officials from USAF. I would like to apologize for not being at the venue to deliver my presentation. And I hope that technology will bear with us. The event that made it impossible for me to come in person was designed in such a way that we are actually disconnected from the world, and little did I know that this will come to catch up with me. So colleagues, I'm presenting on a component of the Bakonde project that has to do with quality assurance and control. We all know that quality assurance actually constitute the cogwheels of any project with strategic imperatives and deliverables, such as the Bakonde project. So project activities need to be properly conceived with clear timelines, success indicators, and all these need to be put together in a plan and then be reflected upon with quality reporting so that project members can be able to see how they are progressing, reflect and deal with challenges that emerge along the way. As such, the Bakonde project has a quality assurance committee, of which I'm one of the co-leaders. Apart from that, each institution in the consortium is actually represented. Prof, are you able to have my presentation? Are you seeing my presentation?
Yes, but you are still on the first slide, Prof.
Okay. I'll proceed.
Try and
but
click the second one and see if that works.
Okay. You are still on slide 1.
Yes, the first slide.
Let me try to reshare again. I'm sorry. No, I think I've shared the wrong one.
We can see the slides again.
Prof, when you share your slide, can you go into presentation mode? Then we will see the full screen. If you go to the top left, you'll say from the beginning. Oh, that's perfect.
Okay, I think what I need to do now before I even share
You're good now.
is to close the other. Pardon? Stop share.
The screen is gone.
The screen is on.
No, you were sharing, but then you stopped. So I guess you have to reshare again.
But I'm not sharing it. Okay. Let me share now. Do we have it now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I was actually reporting that the project had as one of its work package committees, the Quality Assurance Committee, whose structure constituted of quality leading team members, of which I'm one, and then institutional quality.
Prof, are you still there? Hmm? Prof? Prof, are you there? I think we've lost him. You want to speak to it? Please.
Okay, I think the essence of what my colleague was going to be sharing is as follows, that the project, right from its conceptualization, was underpinned by quality consciousness. And this is also central to our ability to report to the funders. Like I was saying in my presentation, well, we have a joke in the project, even things that don't count. All right, so it was important that we set up our quality management structures in such a way that we'll be able to meet with our reporting requirements. So whether it was the first work package around setting up the structures, there was a battery of quality indicators that had to be ticked off for us to say this work package has been completed. With respect to the training, for instance, you saw that it was central that at the end of each training, we had a survey of participants' experience. With respect to the materials, we also had similar instruments just to be sure that everything was working according to plan. Otherwise, we would be in a very difficult situation at the end of the project to be able to report to the project funders. So in everything around the project, there was some quality consciousness. So quality assurance was not an add-on, a nice to have. It was central to the very definition of the project. Almost, if you think of, for colleagues who may be familiar with the ISO quality standards, ISO 9000 series basically says you cannot quality assure a product if you've not quality assured the process through which that product emerges. So in other words, you cannot pay attention to quality only at the end. The very process of developing your deliverables needs to be underpinned by quality. So I think in a nutshell, that's what our colleague was trying to get across. And we think that although sometimes it was challenging, you're trying to do the main thing, but there you were having to report on what quality steps you have taken. At the moment, it seems like a very uncomfortable thing to do, but much later you somehow appreciate why that was important. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof, my profs. We have a few minutes for questions, but I'm sure some of you are curious to see what is in the Polokelo. And if you allow us while you prepare your questions, I'll ask Prof just to maybe pull out something and show you some of the materials that are in the Polokelo. And yeah, we can raise hands so that I can take note of the questions. Okay, noted. Go ahead. Prof.
I'll need somebody to. Yeah. But let them go on with the questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. I've noted Prof. Madhu. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, in that order. Yes, continue. Sorry.
Colleagues, I'm Busile Ndlovu from the University of Mpumalanga in the African languages. My question is based on the African languages resources. I just want to understand on how the project is going to maintain equilibrium to ensure that all the resources are available across the African languages that are offered in our universities. And the additional question, which universities are targeted by the project? Since I've been hearing about the training of academics across universities, and I've been longing for that, but I never observed that. Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks so much, Chair, for presenting this example of a collaboration that we have with international partners. You know, I need to say that I just want to make a comment and a question that I think since we started this collaboration, I remember some of the UKZN colleagues will tell me that I remember that we were funded by Santet, which was a Norwegian partnership. And that funding really helps us a lot. Then we had another partnership collaboration with the UK universities. But throughout this collaboration, the biggest question is disengagement. When you engage with the global north, they are interested, of course, you know, with also learning from the global south, but there are no clear disengagement strategies. So how do we sustain this? So at least I'm happy that from Batonda we can see a bit. But I think universities should also come in. For example, with Santed, UKZN provided a budget to continue the Santed project. UCT, we were just starting, also provided a budget to continue that project. So I don't know with Batonda, what is the disengagement strategy? That needs to involve universities, not maybe even government, because there's a lot of lessons from this project. But how do we sustain this, except resources? Because these are online resources. If they are not maintained, after a while, those resources will disappear from online. You will not be able to maintain this.
Yes.
Just make a comment. One of the key things also for the sustainability is really the continual sharing of resources. And it would be great that, you know, as a closing package of the conference, if Yusuf could facilitate sending out information also for people how to get more materials on Polokelo, how to learn more about the project, how can they access that, that people really know about that. And we've already mentioned from Suttler's side, helping to sustain the data and the repository itself, that's one part of it, but we also want to help play a role to make sure the community stays alive beyond this. And practical things around that would be to look at bringing people together to see what would a future roadmap for something like a Polokelo look like. You know, what are the things that we can do that we can share the training experiences with a lot of colleagues that I think are interested in terms of how do you do this multilingual teaching and so on. So really about the sustainability is not just about the repo, but it's also about the community. And we all need to contribute and help with that. So if Yusuf could help to share those links of how to get materials to the repo, that would be wonderful. So that's just a comment.
Thank you. Last question.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for sharing such a fascinating project. And we know in the nature of your Erasmus Plus that they use the resources to get South-South collaborations when necessary, or South-North collaborations when necessary. I'm just wondering about the possibility of having institutions work together without an incentive, such as this one, which has been put by the Erasmus Plus. Each time we talk about working together, we talk about additional resources. I've worked for the National Research Foundation, just getting institutions to work together, be it through a program, centers of excellence, and so on. More money has to be put in. Is there a way in which we can talk about working together without additional funding coming into the pot? So now we're talking about sustaining, because we want more money to sustain the initiative where additional funding was put in. I think it's something that we need to think about and see how we can get whatever was put in initially to be institutionalized for starters, just to get it to be part of the institutions. And in that case, then I do believe that institutions can be persuaded at the level of institutions to continue with certain initiatives, at the very least, just one institution proceeding with the work that it had started. Or if all institutions are proceeding, then still come to the level of collaboration that we can get out of it. Then on the issue of the process focus in order to ensure quality, I found that to be very, very fascinating, because normally that is the focus on that would be more on your monitoring and evaluation kind of thing. That's where you ensure your quality and so on at that level. But to focus upfront on process in order to ensure quality is an initiative that I think is worthy of sharing to a certain level of detail, and also its relationship with your monitoring and evaluation at the end of it. Because I think the whole thing of standards and quality is very important for us at any level, generally, when we introduce new initiatives. Thank you.
So we have a couple of questions. So my colleagues, I'm sure, will check. That also includes you. All right. So there was a first question about the languages represented here. So the 4 partner institutions, right? So that's UKZN, Northwest, UWC, and Rhodes, kind of have a mandate for certain specific languages. But if we're able to show you the Polokelo repository, you'd see that there was a concerted effort, certainly by one of the institutions, UWC, to go beyond that. So we actually have some resources in Chitonga, which you saw earlier on. I mean, Chitonga is not in the UWC policy, but because we have students who are speakers of Chitonga, we actually made an effort to produce resources in that language as well, because we need to be conscious of replicating hierarchies even within African languages. Some languages are better served than others. So as part of a social justice consideration, we actually made an effort to cater for the so-called smaller languages. Now, with respect to the training was essential in the first instance for colleagues in the partner institutions. But now that the project is coming to an end, we are looking at a multiplication training so that colleagues who are not part of the project itself can still benefit. And it is for that reason that an interinstitutional board has been created to drive that process. Maybe you'd like to speak to that.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yes, what we have done so far, in fact, we have some documents that we use as invitations for people to collaborate, but also to contribute to the Polokelo. So soon after the end of the project, you'll be getting invitations, letters they are going to be coming from Sadila, inviting contributions. So that's one way. But also beyond the project, we are going to open up the interinstitutional board of Aldus to include other institutions as well. So what we've reported on was the first, the 3 years of getting the project off the ground. Now the board of Aldus is very instrumental in ensuring continuity beyond the life of the project. And the resources, somebody said something about, Prof, I think you said, is it possible to do some of this without money? Even though there was money involved, I think some of us worked 27 hours a day to get this to work, and without really compensation. Yeah, not looking for compensation. So as detailed by our leaders, most of the funds went to the mobilities, moving people between institutions and buying the equipments. And the equipments are there. So in the African language development units, they are there to be used by the whole institution beyond the life of the project.
Prof. Langa, would you want to comment on?
Thank you very much for some of the questions that we have raised. I think maybe let me begin with the question on which universities are actually involved. I think that was the first question. I think as part and parcel of Bakonde, we initially worked with only 4 South African universities because they were part and parcel of the application, and then the 3 universities from Europe. So the project then was contained within those 7. But now, as part and parcel of sustainability, we are now going to open up, and the opening up of the work of Bakonde is now part of the collaboration that we now want to extend to other universities to say, here is a platform, in this case, which is Polokelo. Here is a platform. As the 26 universities, we do have different languages that we are developing. Now, from what you are developing, that doesn't have any copyright issues, whatever that you like to share, which is a teaching material. Here is a platform, let's share. And in that platform, any university, I think my colleague here, I think, will say more on this because that is on her work package. But the universities will now be invited to say, now come and contribute towards this Polokelo, which is now going to be a repository, not for the 4 universities, but is going to be a repository for all other universities. I think maybe moving on, because as universities, we don't need to continue to work as ivory towers. We can even invite NGOs that are working on promoting languages to also contribute. Remember, we also have lexicography units and all of that. So there's quite a lot of information, there's quite a lot of data that they have, which they use towards developing the dictionaries. That information can be shared through Polokelo, and it will be shared through the different disciplines, through the different modules that we offer. And once maybe Chitonga has some information that is already available, that can be shared with another university. Once there is a terminology that has been developed by a university, the other university developing the same language does not need to reinvent the wheel, but they can capitalize on that. It's gonna save a lot of resources because as you have heard, it is very expensive to develop these languages, but like it doesn't necessarily mean that like we cannot start somewhere, but like where we can save some funding to focus on other things, that is what we need to do. So maybe let me just stop there for now, just focus on that one, and then I'll let my colleague then continue.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'd like to respond to the question about university targeting. You've already drafted a call for participation, which as the board, we are going to be sending out from January, be on the lookout. The independent board also has decided that we are going to self-sustain the project from now on, meaning that we're still going to continue with some of the trainings, some of the workshops, and some of the repository work that we have done. So we have also drafted a sustainability part on our side. And we went into the project knowing that we won't get paid and the project is only going to cover for traveling. So most of the other things we were paying from our own universities' funds, which we were at liberty to do. And now also the board has also looked at how we're going to source other modes of funding for the universities that we're going to be bringing into, meaning that when we're sharing our resources, we won't be expecting other universities, to go in that extra mile like we did, because we already worked the path for them. So we're going to also be sharing resources with other institutions. We've already made that call. And I think those are the questions I wanted to respond to.
Okay. Yes, so there was a question around the process focus on quality. So how did this work? Each work package had a set of indicators they had to achieve. And so that was one. So there was a goal context, as it were, for all of the activities of that work package. So you were basically working to achieve very clearly set out objectives. And then we had quarterly meetings of work package coordinators at which each work package had to report on its activities within a given reporting period. So that kind of helped keep our feet to fire, as it were. Now, at the first phase of the project, we had an external evaluator. The EU would appoint an external evaluator. So your question was on the relationship between that sort of external evaluation and our internal evaluation processes. Well, colleagues to bear me out. Yes, there were some areas where we had some disagreements with the external quality manager, but by and large, the internal quality management processes we had implemented led to, I think we were given about 80% pass mark in the first round of quality. There were a few things that we hadn't done, but because it was not a summative assessment, it was formative. We had another phase within which to fix whatever was outstanding. So we are all sitting with bated breath, waiting to see what the EU appointed quality evaluator will say now that the project has come to an end. I think we are fairly confident that our performance level shouldn't be anything lower than 85%. Again, because of the internal quality management mechanisms that had been put in place.
Oh, Prof. Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to address everybody's disengagement and to look at that things coming from John said on
the support and sustainability of the project, not resting solely on the repository, but needing more careful planning, which I think extends his kind of question on sustainability moving forward. And I think, and you've made allusion to, you've tried to loop it back to your comment. I think what SADILA can do in the first instance is to keep the community of practice alive, particularly the core leadership of this current project, so that the coming universities that want to come and be critical players can also expand that community of practice. So at the very first instance, we are very happy in the first quarter of next year to facilitate that conversation, so that you can transition from the end of the project to the beginning of the new phase, the post-project phrase, so that nothing is assumed and nothing falls through the cracks. So we can do that. But we are hoping that in the conversation at that community of practice, we can begin to think about how we can bring in the new players, stemming from your experiences, because your experiences are going to be very informative, very instructive, so that we can sustain this project beyond its funding period. It is so fortuitous that it finds me at SADILA when it ends, and it was ignited as an idea by me and two of my colleagues then at the World Congress of Linguistics in Cape Town. But it's such a thing that we cannot let die, because of, I can't overemphasize its value to higher education, to basic education, to the resource management going forward. But I think we need to, at that community of practice meeting, we need to formulate a post funding period sustainability model, because again, as John Stan mentioned, it's not about sustaining, managing and maintaining the repository. It's one big thing, and it's one big thing that the project is bequeathing to SADILA, but it's the growth, the post project growth, where we want this critical buy-in from other universities, and the growth of the project and the repository beyond end of this year. So I wanted to bring in that, and I think we can develop that strategy, Prof. Mbulu, at that community of practice, so that it doesn't fall flat. And I know that there will be evaluation mechanisms from EU as well that are going to proceed beyond the funding period, and that would be helped by this conversation and the strategy that will emanate from that conversation in the first quarter. So the team is here from SADILA. They are listening to what I am doing to them. And I already had the technical manager behind me saying, yeah, tell them we can do everything. Yeah, and that was cynical. But yeah, that's what I can add, colleagues.
Well, when the oracle has spoken, what do you add? So just a quick point. Part of our closeout report really focuses on the sustainability of this. And in a fortuitous concourse of events, we now have this national language thing, policy framework plans. So quite a bit of what we've done so far is going to be feeding into that. So whether it's in terms of the resources that have been produced, so if someone has produced a resource on how to take medical history in isiXhosa, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can just either subtitle that or do a voiceover in some other language, right? So a number of the resources that we have on the repository currently, I'm sure will be repurposed in a variety of ways. So a major selling pitch in our sustainability plans post the funding period is actually this national project that has come on stream. And I think Bakonde has been a very sort of fortunate project because it came shortly after the language policy framework was passed. And now that it's drawing to an end, we now have some funding for the implementation of the framework. So there's a lot from the project that would feed, I think, the national project.
Thank you very much, colleagues. You have been a very, very wonderful audience. Before we go out to lunch, I would like for us to thank our presenters and give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. We may break for lunch. Oh, that's yours.
Well done. Well done, team.
Well done, program. Well done, guys.
Thank you so much, Prof. You did very well. Thank you so much. Actually, I'm sitting.
The student was not.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have had enough time. Apologies, colleagues. We need to be back here at 2. We are a little over time by about 8 minutes, but we need to be back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
to get this thing right. Good. Okay, cool. So this one, let's use the arrow to.
Oh, which arrow?
Any.
Okay. This one.
Down, upside.
Okay, okay. No, that's fine. Vice-Chancellor, Professor Crouch, the SADILA colleagues, CEO, and senior colleagues from there, HENSAP, CEO, board members, senior colleagues there, the colleagues from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, our Deputy Vice-Chancellors, the deans present here, senior colleagues from the universities, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last session of a very interesting, fascinating, engaging 1.5 days on issues of multilingualism. And for those of us who have got very little to do with language, it is a very steep learning curve, because we think of language as a tool that you use for ensuring access to the epistemologies, and you think of language as something that you use to relate your being. I'm very big, very steeped on culture personally. So you understand there's no way in which you could relate what I'm able to relate in my language in terms of my roots, in terms of my lineage, in terms of my izithakazelo and all of that. So that is where I've seen language being used. I'm talking about also being very instrumental in some of the dictionaries which have been created in my area or my discipline. At the time, I was still an academic, mathematics, from English to Xhosa. I've participated in such at the time that were developing such dictionaries. And this department that I've mentioned was always instrumental in those projects being achieved. And we're doing this free of charge, as it has been mentioned by the researchers and the academics who have come before us. Let me start by thanking University of KwaZulu-Natal for hosting us. You will agree that it has been a pleasant 1.5 days where we felt cared for. We felt a lot of thought has been put in the engagements that we have had. And also I need to thank them for inviting the students who are among us, because that is another area that perhaps we would have been found wanting on. It would have been great to have some community members as well. But that is a lesson that we have had today. In future, we'll have to look at that. The speakers that we have had have been outstanding. Starting at the beginning up to now, as I've mentioned, we have had a lot to learn. There are programs such as this one where you find that someone is not prepared. I have not found that in the entire program and the project conference that we have attended. Everybody was prepared and they did rise to the level at which we're expecting them to rise to. And it has been fascinating and it has been well received by us. We've got the COPAL, which has been working tirelessly together with USAF staff to ensure that what we see today is a success. We're quite appreciative to COPAL for the work, the intellectual leadership, and engagements that have led us to the theme of this conference, together with the sub-themes of the conference and the speakers that they know in their fingertips who have made the conference what it is today. I felt before proceeding to this session on planning for impact, monitoring and evaluation, I have to just outline and put my case. I'm not taking Professor Nobutle's role at the end, but I felt that from my side, I have to pay my dues. We've got this section on planning for impact, monitoring and evaluation. We have been very much involved, at least in my previous engagements and current engagements, on the impact of the work that we do. Whether we're talking about teaching and learning, when we're talking about research and innovation, whether we're talking about community engagement, and broadly, the impact of a university, be it on communities, be it on students, be it economically, socially. So it is a very hot topic at the time. So we are quite cognizant of the fact that this area of multilingualism is no different from the others that we are busy grappling with issues of impact on. So on planning, we have had the colleagues here talking about the policies that the various institutions have established, the approval of the policies at Senate level, at council level. The next stage after a policy approval or whatever, it's an implementation plan. And within that implementation plan, you have to be clear about what it is that you are going to be implementing based on the policy proposals which have been put forward. And if you don't have that implementation plan, everybody is going to be left guessing on what needs to be done. So we're all familiar with that process. Now, where the problem starts is when you have a clear implementation plan and you do not have clarity on what it is that you'll be measuring 5 years from now in order to ascertain whether your activities have been impactful or not, or have had an impact or not. So in this particular instance, in order to ensure that all the things that we claim that multilingualism is going to give us, I've had social cohesion being mentioned. I've had social transformation being mentioned. I've had access to the epistemologies being mentioned. I've had success of the students being mentioned. I've had equity, diversity, and inclusion of staff, of students being mentioned. Now,
the question is, how will we know that these have been achieved? What are our indicators of success for these elements that have been mentioned as the results or whatever outcomes or impacts of multilingualism? How will we know that we have achieved this? So all that we are saying is that if we're going to be planning for impact, we need to know now what it is that we're going to be measuring 5 years from now, 10 years from now, or what it is that we're going to be assessing in order to demonstrate these issues that we're claiming are going to be there in 5 years' time or in 10 years' time. One thing that we have experienced generally or broadly within academic circles and research circles is that the nature of the indicators of success that we have set up all along never measure any of the things that I've mentioned. So to come up with indicators of success with metrics which are going to not so much measure, because impact cannot be measured. It's just a demonstration of that impact has been there if certain indicators are met that we have set up for ourselves. We know that the various policies from different universities may vary, and it's important that at that stage, one is able to set up these indicators of success. So at the core of what we are trying to do within this session is to hear from the two colleagues. Are we having 3 colleagues? Oh, okay. No, that's fine. So I will mention then the first colleague that is going to be coming to the front. That is Professor Ramukondo, who's the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Transformation, Student Affairs, and Social Responsiveness at the University of Cape Town. Previously, she was the Deputy Dean for Postgraduate Education at the Faculty of Health Sciences at UCT, and she has been a staff member there for more than 20 years. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Prof. You can go ahead. And you have 20 minutes.
Thank you for reminding me that I have 20 minutes. I've already started timing myself. So you scared me there, my sister, when you said when I was an academic. So I'm like, yo, is that what happens to us? You know, do we give that part of ourselves up completely? I hope not. I hope not. But thank you for that introduction. And it's a real pleasure to be engaging this very August occasion. And I really am grateful that you are here. And many of you I know. And yes, I was a bit cajoled by my sister. Yes, she's smiling because she knows Associate Professor Luli Makubi Bedenhost. And yeah, we are here. And I think she's really doing this because she realizes that you know, the executive or members of senior management team at all our universities need to show up with regards to the language policy. So I'm not going to waste much time with lots of intros. On the slide is just an outline of what I will cover, and I'll move swiftly on. So in as far as introduction is concerned, it is important to remind ourselves that as universities, we do have the constitutional mandate to deal with language matters. We have a policy framework, the new language policy framework for public health education institutions. It's an important framework from which to operate. languages in higher education institutions are a key aspect of transformation, regardless of where the language policy is situated within an institution, whether it's the DVC for teaching and learning or whoever, transformation is key. Given the slow pace of transformation at many of our universities, including my own, the University of Cape Town, it is important that we take stock and we introspect in terms of how far we've gone. Already this morning, the usual siloed approach to language, to transformation has been highlighted. And I think we need to keep addressing that. So I'm giving this context so that you can see how I have situated planning for impact and monitoring and evaluation. And I want to start or move next to the wealth that we enjoy as a country, South Africa. And that is diversity. And the fact that we often miss to see how this is an opportunity and not a problem. Often it is the case, and this applies for my university as well, the University of Cape Town, where we spend a lot of time squabbling about the third language, what it should be. Why is it that we limit ourselves to the possibility of 3 languages? Why not 4? If there is a 4th language to be accommodated. Diversity is an opportunity that we should maximize and not make a problem. It's also the case that it appears that oftentimes we have bilingualism as the benchmark, implicitly so. I note that often there are disjunctures, right? So even in this space, a colloquium, yes, by the community of practice, which is part of USAF, the extent to which multilingualism finds expression tells us a story. Yeah, been very alert to the fact that where we speak languages beyond English is often when we are joking with each other during light moments. What are we saying about the seriousness of these languages? So perhaps it is time to conduct an audit on participants of the corpus. How many languages are available, are alive in the corpus? Don't we want to know? Proficiency across those languages, don't we want to know? Because I think that's what we should be looking at and saying, to what extent is the valuable richness of diversity of these languages amongst ourselves doesn't become a taste of what can be, but lived. So I think that's a challenge we must pick up. There's also a disjuncture sometimes where people speak about multilingualism as something that has buy-in. But then when you look at the slides, it's 2 languages that feature, and English and Afrikaans. That is telling us something. There's also caution I think we need to apply when we speak about not making sure that as we promote other indigenous languages, it doesn't happen at the expense of other languages. In our university, again, the University of Cape Town, it is the case that people hear you to be saying, you know, French, Spanish, Portuguese should not be compromised. So we do need to be very clear about what it is that we are prioritizing and for whom. There's also the matter of the San and Khoi languages. Some of you might have followed the story pertaining to the University of Cape Town involving the reburial of in ancient remains that had to be taken back to Sutherland. And the real phenomenon that often languages such as Khoi and San, but also Nama, have people that practice them every day. These are languages that are not reserved only for performance. And that speaks to embeddedness. Embeddedness in context of these languages. There's also the contention of Afrikaans, again in the Western Cape. We need to be open to engaging with that means for multilingualism. The focus is on impact, and I'm highlighting embeddedness because I think that's what should be key when we look at evaluating how impactful our efforts are. So on the slide, you will see a generic framework for monitoring and evaluation in relation to policy. This is generic. It's helpful. We review policies, we develop policy and begin planning, looking at objectives, policies, strategies, and priorities. We prepare budget, we implement and manage activities, we monitor and account for expenditures, and we evaluate and audit, right? But often what is missed is the theory of change. The theory of change is helpful as part of monitoring and evaluation because it gives us the what and why, such that the exercise of M&E is not just a tick box exercise. As an example from the University of Cape Town and with reference to a project that I lead, which is centering African languages to decolonize curricula, we set out already with a goal in mind, and the goal broadly is to increase the use of African languages, particularly isiXhosa, for decolonial scholarship in health sciences. And the focus on health is deliberate because we see health and well-being of humans and all life being the ultimate purpose for the intellectual endeavor. We're cognizant that otherwise it is easy to trap ourselves in the usual colonial edge of sustaining scholarships of death. Ours instead is a preoccupation with life and the living. So we had a theory of change which focused on assumptions, but also key driving questions. And these assumptions are informed. They're informed by experience, by data, research, and policy imperatives. In terms of experience, the first one was the inadequate teaching of isiXhosa compared to Afrikaans. And I'm sure we're not the only university that grapples with that. In fact, the whole nation grapples with that. Basic education grapples with that. The second assumption based on experience, and this is coming from the work that we did, which I was part of leading, the curriculum change working group, which was a response to the Rose Must Fall. Now time is moving, eh? The Rose Must Fall moment is that language and its power can sustain hierarchies of power and privilege through assessment practices that can be experienced as discriminatory. And from research, we have work by Nolubaba Jam, who found that teaching of isiXhosa was often teacher-focused with little evidence of learner-centered pedagogies, and also work by Dr. Matumo Ramafikeng, where she shows that multilingualism is key, yet an untapped resource that students bring into the academy. Policy imperatives are clear. the Department of Higher Education and as revised draft of the language policy for higher education 2017 showed very clearly that indigenous official languages have structurally not been afforded the official space to function as academic and scientific languages. Moving on, the driving questions are clear, and it's again about success. Successful teaching of Afrikaans, what informs that? The role of isiXhosa literature in decolonizing curricula. What is the role of language as a determining factor for both academic and economic inequality? And what are the barriers to the use of African languages for communication and learning? Of course, there are pitfalls, and translation is usually that pitfall. We do need to attend to what is lost in translation. And I've got two examples there in my own home language, Chivenda. When you say Huribara Mubai, Mubai wa Haribari. There's terms in there that are no longer in use. Then how are you going to translate that? When you say Warimutu Yaripa, how do you make sure that the irony translates when you move it to English? So we have to draw a distinction between translating for instrumentality, which has a role, but also translation as part of meaning making in knowledge construction. So I've got possible indicators starting with principles, university focus, national focus, but not forgetting interdependence. Possible indicators being around decision makers, and this is a key one. And I was going to spend some time on this one, but time is not on my side, with work by Dr. Atambile Masola and Annelile Dlamini Gibitrejo, where they show very clearly the lack of transformation in South Africa's publishing, where a key question that is asked is how is it that in a country where white people are in the demographic minority, their writing and literary production is the center of the publishing business? The key question. They show that a small group of very large publishers represent more than 70% of production and revenue, that Black females dominate the sector in terms of numbers, but they largely occupy positions in marketing, human resource, finance, and administration with little or no editorial responsibility. And what we hear from publishers, according to Masola, is that publishers say they will not publish original writing in African languages because people won't read. Yet people want to read, but can't because it's not published. So it's a chicken and egg situation that is created by the industry. Institutions affiliated with the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, siloed with no regulation to guide publishers. The biggest publishing houses import 80% of their books. And Masola, when she got her poems published, she insisted that her poems also appear in isiXhosa alongside English, because even just visuality conveys that there are other languages that live in the world, not just English. And there's a lot to be said there about what the Department of Basic Education can do with regards to texts that they prescribe, how they procure them, and with DHET paying attention to that. Critical mass for scale is a key indicator, reach, uptake, opting in, especially when assessment possibilities are availed for students. How many students are opting in? The utilization of services, but also the depth of scholarship. And I'm going to end soon. And in terms of deepening scholarship, we do need to develop criteria for depth of scholarship, including sharpening of critique through robust scholarship. I was engaged last night by a young person who's an upcoming scholar. You probably know of him, Siseko Kumalo, who's highly critical of the dominant narrative that African languages need to be intellectualized. And he does this by citing work such as that of S.E.K. Mkai and others to challenge this deficit approach. And of course, with this decolonial summer schools that we run at UCT, it's very clear for us that there is no competition between Africanicity, African philosophy, and decoloniality. The two speak to each other. And we have Prof. Ramon Grossfugel and Professor Mogobe Ramose, who sit on both sides of this debate, and we bring them together for exactly that, deepening the scholarship. I hope you can see the themes of the two decolonial summer school. The one last year was decoloniality, linguicide, imagination, and the discontinuities of understanding impilo. Again, health, life at the center. And in 2024 is decoloniality, ilwimi, languaging and practice in the context of continuing dehumanization. We have a number of PhD candidates who are doing this work. So that was my brief to indicate that we need, if we are serious about this work, have clear goals that meet real needs, that the theory of change is an important part of M&E. Intersectoral collaboration is critical, but this has to be clarity of roles to create an environment. And I've indicated these key structures, key organs of state, but also the ministry. And I think we can do this if we are serious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for raising all these critical questions that you have raised and reminding us about M&E and the importance of theory of change when it comes to M&E and the role clarification of the various stakeholders who are supposed to be driving this multilingualism that we're talking about. Colleagues, oh, by the way, the first thesis that I marked, which was written in Xhosa, was from a student from UCT. So when we look at the whole issue of translation, so all the content, mathematics related content, it was written in Xhosa. And that was my first experience of a full thesis, master's thesis written in Xhosa from a student who was at UCT at the time. That would have been more than what, when did I stop being an academic? Maybe 2006, when was that? I can't even remember when that was. Colleagues, we are moving on to the next speaker, Mr. Kumbulani Mgadi, who's the director of UKZN's Language Planning and Development, or at the UKZN Language Planning and Development Office. You'll recall that Professor Mkhize ended up addressing us at the beginning when the Vice-Chancellor was not available. So he's already addressed us. I think it was proper that he gets replaced at this stage. Thank you very much.
Program Director, Dr. Matutu. VC is present. DVC is present. Directors of language units, professors present, colleagues, I greet you all. Yes, that's done. Yes, yeah. I'm going to be sharing with you our UKZN experience, and it's not perfect, but we are learning every day. I'm presenting with my colleague, Dr. Brenda Tikama, who is our UKZN language champion for the College of Health Sciences. Two things that I need to highlight before I do this presentation. One is the recognition of my two predecessors, and they are here. It's Professor Langa Khumalo, as well as Professor Makhubu Badenhorst. They did a sterling job, and I'm hoping to continue from where they left off. And two, I'm grateful that the University of KwaZulu-Natal is a very collaborative institution in that we are working collaboratively with 4 colleges: College of Health Sciences, College of Humanities, College of Engineering and Science, as well as College of Law and Management. And I believe that all the colleges are represented here today. So from the onset, we believe that the language matter is an issue of collective wisdom. I think we have emphasized that more than enough. But to stretch that a bit further is to say the University of KwaZulu-Natal is doing more than just collaborating with other institutions. We are collaborating very extensively internally, in that in sessions where only linguists are present, we always lament the lack of support and lack of capacity and all that. But when you involve other departments, or when you involve other disciplines other than those that are connected to language, you realize that there is a lot that we can do together. And we have experienced that with the University of KwaZulu-Natal, wherein the colleagues from all the colleges have participated in what we've been doing. We are going to be focusing on these 3 aspects: UKZN and its language policy, as well as the impact monitoring and evaluation aspects, and the lesson learned and the recommendations. These are going to be our experiences, colleagues. It's not something that we think is perfect. As you would know, the University of KwaZulu-Natal promulgated its language policy in 2006. And it revised it in 2014, and it's under revision this year. In 2022, we started the process, and we have engaged extensively with the stakeholders internally, and we are in the final stages of our engagement. And we are proposing a multilingual language policy, as it were. I think we had discussed this yesterday. As you can see, the arrow is indicating that we are now proposing isiZulu, Sesotho, South African Sign Language, as well as English. As you can see in their order of priority, maybe that can give you an indication of where we are. But we are indeed proposing this, and then we are hoping that the Senate and the Council is going to approve it. As I indicated, that my predecessors did a lot of work insofar as this is concerned. Langa Khumalo says, in our South African context, the intellectualization entails a careful planned process of hastening the cultivation and the growth of indigenous official languages so that they can effectively function in high domains as languages of teaching and learning, research, science, and technology. I think we've been saying this since 10 o'clock in the morning. But again, it doesn't take away the fact that this is what we believe at the end of the day we are going to achieve if we are continuing in the pace that we are working on developing our indigenous languages. We want them to attain the status or to be able to function at a high level. As a way of indicating how our university has set up to develop indigenous languages, this is the organogram that we are using. I think yesterday there was a comment about how structures of the universities are important in enabling the implementation of the university language policy and plan. At the University of KwaZulu-Natal, we've got the University Language Board that was created by the way of charter by the Senate to ensure that it monitors the work of the University Language Planning and Development Office, which is the ULPDO, as you can see. The chairperson of the board is Professor Msibi. He chaired the session in the morning. And then we've got the representative from PENSALP, we've got the representative from SRC, Professional Services, 2 experts from African languages, and representatives from all the colleges. And when you look at it at the bottom, we've got what we call language champions from each schools. We've got 19 schools rather. I'm now thinking about the universities. We've got 19 schools, and then professional services, as you can see, has got its own language champions, and there is ULPDO where the organogram converges. The ULPDO is the one that is charged with the responsibility of implementing the language policy and plan, as it were. And we report to the ULB, and the ULB report to the structures higher than us, including Senate as well as Council. The intellectualization program, as it refers to the quotation that I cited earlier, is designed like this. As I indicated earlier, it's not exhaustive and it's not perfect, but we improve it over and over again. The first one, we realized that without corpus, we cannot talk about intellectualization. And we've got isiZulu National Corpus that is sitting at roughly around 30 million tokens. And we've got terminology development, which is the other flagship program. We've got research and social cohesion programs. In research and social cohesion programs, I think we are going to be touching on how we use it for monitoring and evaluation of what we are doing. And under social cohesion, we've got programs other than those that are proposed now. The isiSotho language has been introduced, I think, in the past 6 or 7 years, wherein the students at residences are taught isiSotho, and they are taught for main 2 reasons. 1, that's for social cohesion, and then 2 is the appreciation of multilingualism that we are talking about. And oftentimes when you talk about the KwaZulu-Natal people, they are known for not willing to learn other languages, but now we are taking it from ground zero to say the students are going to be different from us, and they are going to be learning the languages other than isiZulu, isiXhosa, and isiSwati. The idea was to say we do not want to teach them the languages that are within the Nguni group. We need to teach them the languages that are outside the Nguni group, which is Sesotho, as well as the South African Sign Language that have been spoken about, I think, many a times. And then the literature development as well as human language technologies. Those are the 5 key priorities, we call them flagship programs, that we have used in our intellectualization project. But today, because we want to speak about how can we measure impact, I'm going to be very quick, colleagues, and then allow my colleague to take over and zoom on to how are we measuring impact. But I just wanted to give you the context of where we are and what is it that we are doing and how we are doing it. We believe that language is key to student access and success, as well as total experience. University of KwaZulu-Natal prides itself for being the University of African Scholarship with a mission that says we want to be a truly South African university of choice that is academically excellent, innovative in research and entrepreneurial, as well as critically engaged with society. So when we talk about language and society, we also talk about language and culture and language and indigenous knowledge systems. And then again, I think we've been in the forefront of this African language development since 2006, and even beyond that, that we believe that the development of Africa is dependent on African solutions or African approaches. And then we have unashamedly advocated for systematic development of isiZulu as the language of, as one of the indigenous languages in the province. And again, we believe that it is important to support and develop Sesotho as well as South African Sign Language, and the two international languages that we are proposing to promote as well, Kiswahili as well as French, but those are still in the draft language policy. Oftentimes we get asked as to why are we developing African languages, and when we are negotiating our language discourse with colleagues, I think it's important for us to cite the international as well as national imperatives. There is a UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Languages of 2007. Colleagues would be familiar with it, those that are in the language sector, and the UN Systematic Wide Action Plan on the Rights of Indigenous Languages of 2017, and the one that we are all talking about today, that is the revised new language policy framework for higher education institutions, particularly the public institutions, and the declaration by UNESCO of the Decade of Indigenous Languages, that is 2022 and up to 2032, and the background that was shared by my colleagues earlier in the day. The language interventions from colleges and schools involve, among other things, the development of terminology and materials in African languages, translation of instructional materials and course materials, translation of study guides and exam instruction, and research documents as well as instrument. And we are piloting translation of exam papers as well, and translation of lecturers' multilingual pedagogy, and the signage, because those are the very important things when we are talking about the intellectualization of African languages. And I indicated earlier, we were, as the university, practical in our implementation of isiZulu. We introduced the compulsory isiZulu course, we introduced the doctoral rule, we introduced bilingual tutorial, now it's going to migrate to multilingual tutorial, and we are working with literature experts in developing the body of literature. We have published, I think, about 8 literal work since 2013, and we are developing our human language technologies, your spell checker, your term bank, and your mobile dictionary, and development of isiZulu corpora that I had indicated. At this stage, I would like to call upon my colleague, Dr. Degama, to take over on how we are doing our monitoring and evaluation. Over to you, Dr. Degama.
Thank you, Mr. Mngati.
Oh. Supposed to be 3 minutes after Mr. Mngati. We're extending
Mission impossible.
So
Thank
you
you.
have about 8 minutes at most. Thanks.
Okay. I'll have to now observe all protocol, hey? The previous speaker has mentioned everyone. Okay, I'm Brenda Degama, and I want to just declare right at the beginning that I am no expert in monitoring and evaluation. I'm an anatomist by training, but these are things that you interface with as you get involved with language matters, and specifically with the ones that I've actually had the honor to be involved with in my own institution, which is UKZN. I'm not going to read these definitions because then it will eat my time that the chair is telling me I have. But in the core of it really is looking at the processes, allowing the policymakers themselves to look at how the interventions have evolved over time, how effective those interventions have been, and also to identify the gaps between what's planned and achieved. And I think that's why we then have our policies having to be revised as well. And then even if we've revised it and approved it, and then we also revise again. So we never stop because you're always identifying the gaps as you evaluate and as you monitor what's been planned and achieved.
And if we look at monitoring itself specifically, it's continuous process of collecting and analyzing info, comparing inputs versus outputs. At UKZN, if I refer back to Mr. Mngadi's presentation that looked at ULB and all the different structures, you saw that there were language champions and then you saw that there were school champions. And what we've realized recently is that we have language champions being predominantly linked with professional services. And then we have school champions which report, but we've seen that there's a gap there as far as the two talking to each other. And that has said to us, we need to go back and then look at our monitoring and evaluation. So this has become a thing that we need to tighten on, because you find that the language champions, because they are under professional services, they're the ones that support greatly signage and libraries and having it come into effect, the policy in those different sectors. But then you have academics, which are in the school, which are represented by the school champions, which are doing different projects. And then you find that there's a disjuncture as far as us talking to each other, even in the same institution. And then evaluation is the process of systematically and objectively assessing elements of the program. You would have designed it, you would have implemented, but what are the results achieved, and being able to have evidence behind that to say this is what we achieved. And most of us have shown that. So I think most of the speakers this morning have actually reflected on those. And I really must commend our colleagues at NWU and Stellenbosch and in doing this so well. And there'll be people that we will learn from. For us at UKZN, for school champions and language champions that you've seen being referred to, we have reports that we have to do. We have regular meetings where we report. And I've sat in those meetings and I always wonder and I ask, and I don't know how many of us look at that, who then looks at the bigger picture and monitors the bigger picture and how it fits into our policy and how it fits to our actual plans, and then documenting the real evidence to say this is what has been achieved in the different sectors or different schools, because our university has many schools in itself, and under schools there's disciplines which are much more many, and hence the monitoring and evaluation needs for us to be a big brainstorming session to say how do we really tighten these things to make sure that what we do is really evidence empirically. I'm not going to go further on this, but I was highlighting the principles that are involved. And one of the things that for us always needs to be a reminder is the ethical considerations as well, to uphold the dignity and rights of all individuals involved, which I think speaks to issues of social cohesion and inclusivity as well in what we do. I'm going to rush through this one. These are stakeholders that we've been working with. And I was very deliberate in putting the who, what, where, and when, and how. And I put, if you look at my where there, it's half bolded and the half is not bolded. And I was intentional in doing that, because our policies and our plans will say who's responsible, but where are they responsible to do that? And hence that sometimes it means there are other people under that actual portfolio that need to actually action out and implement things. And sometimes that is not properly monitored and evaluated. And the how tends to be limited to not be so elaborated. And it falls under the people. So our stakeholders have helped us at UKZN in ensuring that we do the who and the what and the things that we do. This was a glimpse of how our plan looks like. And I'm trying to actually emphasize the point I was just saying as far as my way half bolded, because you see, you get the responsibility of who, and these are structures, but under structures, there are people, and are those people really sold into, I call it the language agenda. That's how I call it. And those are the things that need to be monitored and evaluated more critically. This I took from the actual national language framework, and it emphasizes these issues: progress evaluation, how efficient are we, how effective are we, and looking at sustainability for the future. Is this a conversation I thought that we usually do have? These things will go beyond way my time, as much as young looking I may be, but it's an immense work. And I know most things will be achieved when I'm also not there. And hence it's a continuous process. The funding model, thank you so much, Prof. Anta, because I had a question mark in previously when I spoke to these issues, but I now know the money is coming. So the ching is coming and that will be resolved. But what I found interesting is that Aspect 4 actually spoke about monitoring the impact of that national language, but outlining exactly the how again was left to the different institutions. And this picture that I've showed here, it shows you how everything, you get the goals, you have the goals, objectives, activities, and outputs, but they have to then speak back to each other. And the focus of monitoring being your inputs, have they really given you the outputs that you wanted? Your outcomes and the impact thereof being focused under evaluation. Malone I think reflects it very well in how you plan, you implement, you then evaluate, and then you readapt, and then it's a continuous process. That's why I had that. I hand over back to you. Continue. You know, they do this to you. Let me finish up, Chair, just last 2 slides. So what lessons have we learned really? I think previous colleagues which spoke yesterday, you know, a language policy without a plan, and we usually always attach a plan to a language policy anyway, but that plan itself also depends on resources for it to be implemented. And what we've learned is that if there are no financial resources and the relevant support, even from the structures, and I think NWU has good examples, and Stellenbosch, who have succeeded in having full support. We still, I think Mr. Mngadi can attest and tell you how, as we are revising the policy now, and the things that he interfaces, which will show that there's no full support still, as much as we've gone so far in executive structures. The internal and external collaborations are essential, and I alluded to this already, in how we need to talk to each other, even within ourselves, whether we're language or school champions or the different disciplines and departments. There needs to be that, and those are the lessons that we've learned in that. When I got to travel with other colleagues through the mobilities under Bakonde, then you have sight of what others are also doing beyond me in my College of Health Sciences. Working in silos results in duplications. I mean, you get to hear that people are then doing the same thing. If you don't monitor and evaluate, you then have these things happening. The need for human capital and financial resources are central. How Mr. Mngadi pulls off what he does with the numbers of staff that he has, for me, I always find amazing, because he makes it work and he delivers the mandate. So we need more of this. And exchange opportunities, intercontinental and international. Intercontinental with ourselves, our own nearby brothers, and also internationally, and putting policy into action. I think our university has been very bold with this. We have the DR9 rule in our college, which emphasizes that all abstracts need to be translated in isiZulu. I'm part of that committee. We have Boalina, we have the introduction of isiZulu. Even when I came, as much as I'm becoming a fossil in this university now, but there was isiZulu for already Zulu speakers and isiZulu for non-isiZulu speakers. The importance of student involvement and advocacy. And I remember at one time a student, an SRC student at medical school, coming in, and he found me busy doing work in the closet, and he said, "What are you busy with?" And I told him, and he said, "Oh, we are glad that you're already doing this work, because we're about to make noise and say what's happening." So we were saved in a way. And then the need for curriculum innovation. The interdisciplinary, for me, learning about language when I'm an anatomist, like you were saying, Chair, it's a huge task, but I've took it head on, because I know that from others I learn, and then they learn from me as well. And then the need for empirical evidence, that one comes, it's a lesson that we've recently learned, because as we present the revised policy, these are things that are being requested from us. So what do we recommend as I finish off, Chair and the audience? Recommendations is that it cannot be a tick box exercise. You know, when it started off, it was adhering the call of the National Language Framework. We are beyond that now. We need to literally implement, monitor, and evaluate, and then rework from there. So that means we allocate the resources. We have the relevant infrastructure, we have the relevant equipment for interpreters, because we needed to have it here if that was all set up at UKZN. And then support at all levels. I'm an academic. I do a glossary in anatomy, which is bilingual. No one gives me time to do only that. I have to find it within my time. How do I fulfill that project? Because it's something I want to do. There's no compensation for it. These are things we need to speak about. Where do these people who are passionate about such things, how do you allow them to have the time to do these things? Collaborate to maximize resources. And I think with the money that's coming in, that's a talk that was spoken yesterday, to say we need to work and maximize even the resources that we're going to get. Training of academics in multilingual pedagogies. This is what now those of us who went to Bakonde have a huge task to do in training others in the next coming years. And it's something that we really look forward to. And we've started to steer things even in our own disciplines. When you have people in your school that tell you, "Hi, Brenda, it's impossible to teach physiology in isiZulu. It's impossible to teach anatomy. I do it so very well." I can always go back to my Zulu culture. Increase student involvement and participation, create the spaces for curriculum innovation that we're saying we saw the need for, and have clear mechanisms. I think that's been running short and we need to have that even more. Ngiyabonga kakhulu nani audience. Sibonga isikhathini siphe sona.
Thank you very much to the team, which has just presented now. Very informative and very useful engagements. The key problem is that when you have a last session like this, people just, when it's time to go, they just get up and they go. And what do? That's the last speaker who's supposed to be bearing the brunt of a chair who has not managed the time well. Colleagues, rather than me asking the questions that I wanted to ask, I think let me give you an opportunity to do so. I'll take the first 3 questions and we'll take it from there. Yes, one. Well, if we, 2. If we have 2 questions, then I will ask mine at that stage. I thought it's going to be quite a busy session with questions and all of that. So before we go to the other 2, I will get to the first question, which will be mine, Professor Ramokondo, on the theory of change, which has been emphasized enormously. And you can hear from the next colleagues who presented that this is not an easy task. We need to understand if there is a clear way of ensuring this theory of change at planning stage. That is the first one. How do we do that, Professor Ramokondo? And then I'll take the other 2 questions immediately. Yes. Please introduce yourself first.
Madondo from Mauso University of Technology. My question is directed to Professor Mukondo. Ramokondo, yes. I'm sorry about that. Yes. Prof, yesterday I asked the question when we talked about multilingualism and epistemic access. I asked access to what? My view is access to the disciplinarity of the field. In other words, different disciplines are structured differently and they construct their identities through language. So language is central in that. Now, if we talk multilingualism, maybe a conversation has already begun about this. I might not be aware, forgive me in that space. So I'm afraid of a situation where we change things to remain the same. In the sense that if, for example, I would refer to a Professor Sipho Siepe, who once said, if you take this glass of this water here and you pour it in a container, a 4-squared container, the water, the form will change, but the substance within the form will still be there. So now, if we talk multilingualism, but we don't talk the structure and the nature of the discipline and the emergent dispositions from the fields, because at the moment, they are very much, favoring certain worldviews at the expense of others, and so what do we do in that space? I mean, at UCT, in terms of looking at how we can bring in at least what students from other backgrounds bring with them, so that they see themselves in the curriculum, So I'm not sure if this this is an idea that you have grappled with, how you have dealt with it, in terms of really for genuine epistemic access.
Thanks, we get the gist. Thanks.
Okay.
The next one.
Thank you. Thank you, Shan. My name is Matota Mukola from the University of Mpumalanga. My question is directed to the last two presenters and probably to the first presenters who presented in the morning. I'm curious to understand the implementation and then subsequently the monitoring of the language policy in the areas of research, community engagement, governance and administration, including other support services within the institution. Because as I've been listening, we've been talking more on the learning and teaching area. So I'm so curious in the other aspects as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go from Prof this side and then move up to the end. Thanks. Why? Is it not? No, it's not.
Yeah. Okay, I think now. Yeah. So I was saying the two questions that we asked are related, and that the theory of change, as I said, attends to the why question. It's a very difficult question to go to. People often stick with the what, when, where, how, because the why takes you to that place where you must reckon with reality. You have to look around and say exactly what is happening, but why? Why is it so? And it's also about reckoning with what really matters and for whom. And the reason I'm saying the two questions are linked is that when you speak about epistemic access and saying epistemic access to what? It brings to the surface how coloniality wins through assimilation. So when you've mastered the discipline, even if it means using your language as an African, but within the constraints of the discipline, where you're not allowed to ask disruptive questions. What are you serving? Whom are you serving? So it's a very painful place to go. But if we are honest with ourselves and we look around and again ask ourselves the theological question, right? To what end is this? To what end are we kept busy? And again, health, well-being. And we look around, you say the burden of disease generally, and you don't have to be in health sciences really to attend to ill health, because inequality speaks to that. It's deepening, inequality is widening, and in ways that show that dominant interests still prevail. Unless we ask the why question based on observations and really imploring on ourselves to reconnect, because I think most of us are having to do that, reconnect with our own communities, because we've this dislocation is not helping. We can't be keeping busy, attending these kinds of colloquia, but with no real impact to our people. And as I've mentioned, there were really key lessons with the Sutherland Rebellion. You know, I don't know if you've ever been to Sutherland. If you haven't, go. It's like being transported in a time machine back to apartheid. I never thought I would see something like that, still real. So as we bury those ancestors whose remains we had in our possession 100 years ago, what has happened to the descendants? you look around and what you confront are faces of fetal alcohol syndrome. It can be, not with the talent that we have. Thank you.
Mr. Mngadi?
Thank you very much. I think to respond to the question posed, you would look at the core mandate of the university. It's teaching and learning, research, community engagement. And oftentimes when we are putting together our language plans, we are saying this is the responsibility of this particular unit or this particular individual, and say, what is it that we are expecting from the individual? Then in our way of doing it, we are saying it's a collective effort, and therefore universities need to reach out to communities through their community engagement drives, in ensuring that what we are doing at the university cascades down to the communities that universities are situated in. And therefore, to answer you specifically, we are including other communities other than the university community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dekama.
I thought Mr. Mngadi has covered it, but I think to add on is because you're also asking about other sectors. We have UKZN Daba, which is a bilingual product internally that everyone can access, which is really done by corporate relations, but with the ULPDO office. And we've got Bualina, which is done for students to expose them to the other language as well. So as much as I spoke to it in the teaching and learning, because that's where I'm based, but we have other structures that support issues like signage. Most of our campuses have the bilingual signage in our university, and that is not what we do as far as teaching. It's part of what professional services does, and hence we have different role players that have really made everything come into fruition.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's give the panel a round of applause. It was an excellent panel, quite informative. Issues pertaining to the impact of our work and how we plan for that impact and how we monitor and how we evaluate. Colleagues, we move on to the next part where we've got Professor Loli Makubu Badenhorst, who is going to talk to us about the colloquium outcomes, a summary of key takeaways from today, mapping of the way forward. Professor Badenhorst is the Director of Multilingualism Project at the University of Cape Town. She has mentioned that she has been here both as an academic and also as a student. So for her, this is home. Over to you, Prof, and thank you very much, Deputy Chair, of course, for COPAL, for the work that you do for COPAL and also for the African languages generally.
I know it's the graveyard session. Good afternoon, colleagues. I wish to acknowledge all of you, the people online, the VCs, the DVCs. I must actually mention the DVCs because my DVC is here. I must behave today. And the DVCs, and also to my other boss at COPAL, KwaYusaf. Oh, Dr. Matutu. It's so difficult for me to look at her and actually speak in English. I just switch. It's just natural. I don't know, even in a formal setting, I'm not sure if she does realize that, but it's just difficult for me to do that. And I wish to acknowledge everybody, Sadila,
language experts, colleagues, people from various institutions, and most importantly, the students. And the technicians, I wish to acknowledge you because without you, we wouldn't be here. I will just be brief in this regard. And Chair, I know that you've only called me, but my other boss at Kopal said that, ngoba uyasukuma, salusuthatha konke nje. So I'm being abused and coerced. So in my inclusion, in my, just the key takeaways here, I will then eventually then thank everybody. So with your permission, obviously, I don't know if you have a choice in that regard. We apologize. We started off today, yesterday, and this morning when we started in terms of the takeaways for me and for us as COPAL and for me in particular. And this morning, Chief Mabizela, my partner, don't ask where, how, but he's my partner and he knows that. He gave us the theme and the sub-themes for this colloquium and spoke about the other two colloquia that we've had, and also the key in today's proceedings, and indicated that today's focus will actually touch on impact monitoring and evaluation. And he highlighted on the journey that started with the round table, and that round table was not round. And I was looking at all the tables we're sitting on, they're not round anyway. So don't be surprised. So, but anyway, but the point that he was making is that, it's been a long journey, but he was actually then glad that he's seeing the achievements in that regard. That's how I read it, coming into fruition in his lifetime or in our lifetime as well. And also he touched on the overarching theme since yesterday on collaborations, that in almost every presentation that is given is touching on collaboration. And then actually then gave sort of like a prelude to today's session. And then that is aware that a lot of us are asking ourselves, if we are seated here and saying that this is the third Vice-Chancellors colloquium and the last one, thereafter, what next? Zokwenzekani-ke manje? So aphelile ama-colloquium, COPAL, are we disbanding COPAL, are we disbanding, and so on and so on. But then those are the questions that he actually then was focusing on. But we do have a plan, and as COPAL will work on that. And then we have the Vice-Chancellor from the Northwest University. My key take is that the nuclear plant that was unsuccessful because of language and cultural issues, how we take our language and cultural issues for granted, that nuclear plant in Finland, that didn't, for me, it still resonates. It's like the Tower of Babel, when the languages then were changed, that for me, that was there. And then also the use, it wasn't only mentioned by him and other speakers as well, that we do not use the language at the expense of the others. And I'm just reminded whenever I deliver, when I was still lecturing, at least at this university and elsewhere. But, when you say that, we have, you use the language, to use your language, it is your right. And I cite the example, and I say that if I say, for instance, I've invited all of you here, I don't provide any interpreting services, and I say to all of you, ngingumZulu ngikhuluma isiZulu, ngakho-ke le nkomfa yonke noma le ngqongqothela soyibamba ngesiZulu kuze kuyovalwa. But by the way, I've invited all of you who are multilingual. Now I am using isiZulu at the expense of you. What about you? Then I mustn't invite you. Bekufanele ngimeme amaZulu-ke ngithi emaZulu asimeni soba nendaba la. So that we're being cautioned. So if you invite me, you need to provide interpreting services. And also I've realized that there's a tendency here, because it's my field of specialization, to use translation and interpreting interchangeably. These are two different skills. We need to make sure that we do that. And also the journey, this is Professor Chobeka, now I'm continuing. that the journey taken on their language policy approval and alignment to the new language policy framework, and that languages require support and resources. I was super excited when this is actually verbalized by the Vice-Chancellor, talking to other Vice-Chancellors. And I'm so happy and super excited that he is saying all of this and he is streaming live and the other Vice-Chancellors are listening. I didn't say it. He's on record. He's saying that support and resources are merely then, saying then things that, that, and the social justice and inclusion, and the importance of the deliverables, including revision of faculty plans. So we know that currently with us, because as universities, when I say us as universities, we had to submit our plans as universities, how we are worthy of getting the DHET money, and we had to develop the plans. But if we're leaving out faculties and the issues of governance, we need to ensure that we take that, and that citing the example of Northwest University, and then spoke about the changes that, the transformation that the universities have undergone because of COVID, the issues with online teaching and learning, and that we need to be flexible and adapting to multilingual approaches. And then also that what's also struck me also is the monitoring and evaluation that's done by faculties on a quarterly basis, because the tendency is that people just do the monitoring and evaluation on an annual basis. But what I've taken from him is that monitoring and evaluation, in order for you to check the impact, gauge the impact, then you need to do it on a quarterly basis. For me, that was that. And also that awareness about multilingualism creates the sense of belonging, that we belong. We feel that we belong. When I'm using your language as a student, or be it you're a staff member in a staff meeting, mass meeting, in the students, so you really feel I really do belong. And then we had Professor van der Merwe, who's the director from the Stellenbosch University, who took us the journey that Stellenbosch University undergone through their language policy implementation. And what struck me is the buy-in and the mind shift, the buy-in from both staff and students, because colleagues, without the buy-in from our colleagues, we can preach here until our faces become blue, because we are talking here probably to the converted, but we need buy-in from the fellow academics who are not in the field of languages. So that was my take home then for Professor Dr. van der Merwe. And then that multilingualism, using multilingualism as a resource. And I think this was mentioned yesterday, but the tendency is that, we actually tend to think multilingualism as a hindrance to promoting, for us to promote multilingualism. But if we use the students' language diversity, diverse languages as a resource, they communicate amongst themselves using different languages. That is another take home that we need, that was emphasized by her. And that the other thing that what actually excited me was the language workshops with students that are key. And that was mentioned yesterday. And I'm still excited that today we have the students, and even yesterday, the students were here and they are participating. And I actually did commend them. And I said, today, I thought that SRC, as a UKZN, is now consisting of males. Ngiyangajabula kakhulu ukubona ukuthi nembokodo ikhona, ngicishe ngakhala kakhulu. That was another take. And that we need to have that, the balance, the ecosystem must balance when it comes to language related matters, and especially when you are doing the implementation. And that it's time for us to go beyond compliance. And Dr. Tagama, when she was presenting here, she indicated that, it can't just be the issues of monitoring and evaluation, can't just be a tick box exercise. We need to then do and ensure that we do that. So the last theme, that is the last session that we just had now. I actually like what Mpati said as the chairperson. It was a bit of an introduction. I don't know if she remembers what she said, but I was taking my notes and my interpretation, and I really like what I'm going to say. Then she actually gave a summary of events as the chairperson, and also was grateful about the student participation. So I know that you did take note of that, and also that the working of USAF as an office, the office staff, as well as COPAL, because remember, University South Africa has various communities of practice. COPAL is one of them. So then, you know, the point that she makes that COPAL is really then working with the USAF. We're not, you know, the silo mentality, you know, we can't have that. So that's what she was really. And then also then social cohesion, equity, and inclusion in terms of languages and in every way. And then also then the question that she posed to us, and I was actually, that got me thinking also, is that what are our indicators? We say that we'll do this and so on, but how do we measure that? What are the indicators for us to say that, okay, multilingualism is fully fledged, we're halfway or somewhere and so on. What are our indicators? And that's what we need to take home as COPAL. And also the mismatch that is there, that sometimes people will say that these are our indicators. But when you want to measure the impact, those two, it's like you're comparing, or the mismatch is there. It's like apples and bananas or apples and pears. And and then Professor Oram Gondo, Omunyumpati, and she was actually generic, citing a little bit of there and there of the UCT examples. I don't know, it's typical of our party, or they don't say much about the individual universities. We are the ones who always say that, hey, we do this and so on. It's not right and so on. But he really spoke as a DVC and not going too much onto the UCT then issues. However, and also the highlight of that we tend to look at diversity as a problem. And I think that's the other point that I've made, and which is not true. And also the take home that for me, actually, that struck me most is that the audit of the COPAL participants and how many languages are there. So then for me, then we need to consider that. And the use of other languages at the expense of the others. I've already spoken about this. I think that she reiterated that point. And then she then shared with us a generic monitoring and evaluation diagram. However, tried then to locate it that even with us as the language people, we need to take that and use that at our own advantage and sort of like tailor make it that. And also the most important thing is the theory of change. So maybe we need to invite her again so that she can come and unpack this theory of change. I think that's more reasons for us to say that, Prof, Stella Guti, and then she cited the examples of UCT, but probably even in the other universities, that's the case, whereby the University of Cape Town was grappling with the issue of the choice of the third language, and asked the question, why not even the fourth? Because there was no issue with regards to that UCT. In order for UCT to be multilingual, English, and then the other language was not an issue. Then the third choice, it was that, you know, I know that she was being modest about that, but I must actually thank her again and say that she did rescue me because I was driving that process. I just did not know how to handle that. But then she gave me an advice as a person who's an expert in transformation. I said, hey, labantu bafuna Africa, angiyazi mina ngizoyithini le ndaba, angisazi le ngizoyithini le ndaba. But ndolibuka ngamanda, Prof, for rescuing me in that regard. But, you know, that could be the case in other universities as well. And also the publication, lastly, the publications in African languages that, you know, the publishers don't want to publish in our languages. And by the way, because they say that there are no readers. And the people, the writers don't say, we won't be writing, and so because we don't have publishers. So I think we're still in that, we're still managing that. And then last but not least, the presentation by Mr. Mgadi and Dr. Tegama, sharing with us the experiences at UKZN. And also they showed us the governance structure at UKZN. I know that the issues of the governance in the application that we submitted for funding in DHET, that was highlighted. That was one of the items that were there. And thank you to both of you for sharing what UKZN has done. How I wish that you shared before we submit the applications, but you are sharing it now that the deadline is gone. And then you talked about the participation of UKZN in the Bakonde project, And then also thanks for sharing that by Dr. Takama, the definitions on the impact, monitoring and evaluation. And then the last 2 points that I do have is about the language champions. And then, you know, with people, when you say that, yes, there is somebody who's talking somewhere there.
I've been looking. This person is not here. I suspect they are advocates.
Ukuthi nganguthisha esikhathini sami and nginesikhwele mina. Oh, they're in that room. Okay. Ngiyasho ngithi hey man, cha ayingeke. Ay. Okay. No, that is fine. Anyway, the language champions. And when I try to introduce that concept about the language champions, there's a tendency with other people to actually think that when you speak about the language champions in various faculties, you do not necessarily mean that the person must be a language expert, that the person must be trained, must be a linguist or a literature person and so on, but identifying one person in each department and who will feed into the faculty and make sure that they report the activities on language-related matters to the faculty board, then that keeps it going. That person doesn't have to be an expert or a language person. So thanks for sharing with us that. And also your questions that were highlighted, the who, the when, and the how, when we're dealing with the issues of monitoring and evaluation. So then, Slalo, that is the take home that I have. But in terms of taking the process forward, I know that I always then, you know, put him on the spot. I know that he will stay, you know, he will, will live up to that. My partner, Pat, that, you know, when we are here, I know he's taking notes and I will sit down with him. So in terms of taking the process forward, we as COPAL and the chairperson, I know that Chief will duty us. He's very good at these things in terms of saying that the people have spoken, you've heard the colloquium, so therefore doing that. So because here we are diverse, we're not necessarily members of COPAL, so we've listened to you and we've listened to the colloquium and everything else. So we'll write a report and then we'll take the process and deliberate as the 26 universities of the country and then make the recommendations. And I'm sure that will be publicized in terms of that. I think for me, if I summarize it, that Chief and he's good at that. And we package it nicely for us, the language people, and then with the language people, we will critique it and criticize and say whatever. I know that he will work with Umatebucho and the others. So, and bring it to us as COPAL members, and we as COPAL members will do that. So that is the way forward. And then that will be shared with everybody. Now I'm taking off the hat of being me. Now I'm wearing the hat of being the COPAL chairperson. Kodwa sicishe esifane ngoba nebali sicishe esifane ngithi complexion.
It's only 3 minutes.
Okay. Colleagues, it's been 2 wonderful days and we really enjoyed each and every bit of it. We're taking notes, typing, writing, taking selfies. We are trending. We say thank you to all of you, COPAL members, non-COPAL members. We wish to acknowledge all of you. But let me start with the technicians for assisting us and making sure that we are streaming live here. And then let me thank all of you who are physically here, ranging from the Vice-Chancellors, the Deputy Vice-Chancellors, the Executive Deans, the CEOs, Mpati, and the others have left. the executive deans, the staff, the students, the colleagues, and everybody who are here. And please give yourselves a round of applause. We do not take this lightly. That is why when you are trained, we will see, so that next time, who knows, maybe we will start the COPAL's colloquium, not the Vice-Chancellors colloquium. Don't quote me. Hey, am I streaming here? And then let me say thank you to the USAF staff. Ngicela basukume, Jeanette, angaze ngakusukumisa nje. USAF, if you are USAF, Jeanette, if you can please stand up in your team so that people can see and acknowledge you and your team. Ntswalo, Matebucho, everybody, if you are in USAF, ngaphandle komphathi yazi kusukumisa umuntu omdala ngoba bekela. And colleagues that are slept for them. Thank you so much. So people then can see, you know, it's nice to match the face and the emails and the exchange and so on. You know, we do not acknowledge people who have assisted us in coming where we are now. And then the COPAL members, before I go to the COPAL members, let me come to the organizing team of this colloquium. So please, the organizing team, others I know they have left. Sugum, Mr. Mgat, stand up. I know you are tall enough. They can see you. Shakila, the people, everybody, and the USAF staff, you were still in the organizing team. Sugum and Soalo, people must see who was organizing. They mustn't say, because every troubleshooting has been coming to me. So I want people to know, everybody else. Okay, the others are not here. Are we clapping for them, please, colleagues? Thank you so much. And then I wish to come then to the, the COPAL members that are here. I know that some of them, I'm not going to let them stand because it's their colloquium. Okay, but I see University of Mpumalanga is ready to stand up. So the COPAL members who are here, please do stand up from various universities, or if you are from any university, surely somebody should stand. Everybody should stand, almost. The X-Nation. Suguman, the X-Nation. There are people who didn't stand up, but anyway, yeah, no, that is fine. But colleagues, this is the end of this, but thank you. Well, the technicians, I know some of them are making noise. I'm the lecturer. I'm being reminded when in my lecturing days, so please remind us when we are here, we know at the council chamber. And thank you to the technicians, the photographers who are making us look beautiful. If I don't look beautiful, we won't pay you. But thank you so much for providing the technical support. I know that I'm leaving other important people here, but let me thank all of you, and we wish you then all the best. I'm not sure whether the program director is still going to come back here, but then I wish to take this opportunity and thank all the chairs of the sessions from day one up until now. Some of them have left, and the program directors, including the one who's coming to tell me now that my time is up. I'm still thanking you, but thank you so much, colleagues. That's it from me. I hope I thanked everybody.
Colleagues, from my side, please, can we convey a message of gratitude to Professor Poku for hosting us? He normally says in meetings, senior colleagues. So we would like to thank all the senior colleagues present here. There are DVCs, there are deans, there are all kinds of senior colleagues in the administrative sections of our universities, the directors, and we are quite grateful for their presence here. Just a point of clarity, COPAL is not being disbanded in any way. COPAL is here to stay. All that we need to do in future now is to work with SADILA, PENSAL, Department of Sports and Culture, to establish the key priorities for next year so that we can achieve them. Thank you very much.
Going back to today. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. No, today, for the study level.